Welcome to the GunShells.com lobby chat.
Yo, anybody there? Yo. Ah,
Hey, Heavy.
What's up?
Is there a lot of background noise?
Not really, a little bit, but no big deal.
All right. Normally I walk away from the computer, but I'm going to stay in front of it.
Cool.
Just an easy Thursday night.
Yeah, just relaxing. Freaking, yeah, just relaxing.
Yep.
Let's see. Cancel that. Let's see. Oh, all my fucking pictures are. Shit.
You've been on early watch. No school this week?
I was on early watch before I went to school. When I went to school, when I came back and I jumped back on, it was a very short day for me at school. It was more like trying to rebuild my FA sign-off sheets thing. And once we got past what we could do for the time, I just kind of bailed, and they were cool with that. So I have to reconstitute everything because it all got fucking stolen. So that's a pain in the ass. It really is.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm trying to change up my freaking photo for gun channels, and the one that I was looking for was not in that file, so I have to go find it. Probably just gonna go back to an old one and see. I don't think my freaking Instagram's linked to my. Oh, that's not working. Go to my photos. Tempted to use Carrie's pick, but probably not a good idea. Let's go with. Let's make everything all uniform. So, what you been up to?
Not much. There's been some things going on at work, been keeping me busy. So I went from no overtime to kind of going back to working lots of overtime. So
Oh, it's going to be good for your pocketbook.
it will once it gets caught up. My boss, I'm sorry, as of Monday, my ex-boss kind of fucked me on my last couple weeks overtime. So hopefully I get a big fat check tomorrow where it gets all caught up. We'll see.
Why your ex-boss? Did he get canned or?
No, they kind of gave her a lateral move. Well, they gave her the option of a lateral move because her job was kind of redundant.
Oh, okay. Well, at least she's not your direct boss anymore.
Yeah, it's probably going to work out for the better because, yeah. Yeah. So I just want to get my job done. My bottom line is getting work done. If I can make good money or make above average money doing it, that's a perk. But I'm one of them people that likes to come home satisfied with what they do. So
Yeah, you go in, you work. You know, you're there to work. You're not there to fuck off and have fun. But
well, no, you can have fun at work as long as you don't get, you can still get work done. But when you feel miserable at work and you're not getting anything done.
oh yeah, that's just a shit show.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess I shouldn't have said not there to fuck off and have fun. You're just not there to fuck off. You're there to work.
Oh no,
Get
there's
your job done, so.
there's some people at my job that are there to fuck off.
Yeah, well, those people are wrong. Those people are very wrong. That goes to that whole thing about freaking, you got one person who always fucks off and everybody wonders how he still has a job. Well, that's because that's the standard you set for him when they hired him. So if you bust your ass and then you start to fuck off, they get all over your ass and they will start to wonder, why, what's the issue? And generally, if that's the case, there is an issue, but
I think I'm going to run into that at any job, but it's just I'm about to hit the 20-year mark at this one, so.
Oh, fucking nice. Finish it off, dude. You at least get a fucking retirement going.
Oh no, there's no retirement no, it ain't nothing like that. But I haven't done anything for 20 years except breathe, shit, and pay taxes. So for me, it would be an accomplishment. Kind of a stupid one, but whatever. But yeah, it's been keeping me busy this week, so it's good.
Oh, right on. Well, you're taking care of your own retirement, right?
No, my retirement plan is to die.
That's a good retirement plan. Very simple.
It is. That's the simplicity. It's the beauty of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's beauty and simplicity, and like, who's gonna fucking take that from you? It's like, oh shit, we took his retirement program.
Yeah.
Now he can't die. Well, that sucks. Well, that would suck if they did that to you, but
Well, if they rejuvenated me and made me young again, but the grounds were that I had to work for them for 20 years or something like that, I'd take that option too.
Oh, fuck yeah.
But I was at a place where they rented canoes. They load you up in a van with the trailer that tows the canoes. They cut you free 15 miles away from the place, and you pretty much just float down river back to the rental place and hop in your car or truck and go back home. And the guy who owns it and runs it, 71 years old, and he still shows up to work every day and this, that, and the other. But he's got a bunch of young guys working for him to do all the heavy lifting and all that crap.
Oh,
And that's an inspiration. And then I'm at Bass Pro Shop, and the greeter at the door is 76, and he's working there part time, and that's kind of an inspiration. I know a lot of people would like to be retired before they're 70 or somewhere in their 60s or something like that. Me, I can't sit still. So, I mean, I'm not saying that because I plan to work into my 70s if I can, if health lets me and I can stay employed. That's not my reasoning for not really having retirement, but it's something I want to try to do if I can. We'll just see what happens.
Well, being retired doesn't mean not being active.
I don't know. For some people, it does. Some people I know to retire, they just turn into couch potatoes. I mean,
That's
some people
didn't have any plans, man. Like my dad, he bought a whole bunch of tools, does woodworking, goes shooting with my godfather, constantly going out and doing things with mom. They're out doing shit. They're enjoying life. This is a point in time where they can go out and enjoy life. So.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you agree also that a lot of people that are 72 and 75 that work in these places pissed off their life and never saved anything and have to work until they're almost dead before they can enjoy anything, or they will never enjoy anything?
I'm trying to enjoy life right now, but I can do that and still, have a family and work a lot too. So.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general, when you see somebody that is 75 and have to still work, many times if you ask them, hey, could you go on a vacation and go cruising every weekend? They would love to, but unfortunately, they just didn't save enough money to do so.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, if you work at a job 20 years or more, you should get a pension, but it's not a law. So what are you going to do?
Let's see. Well, how old are you now? If you don't mind me to ask.
You always forget. We're the same age.
Yeah, okay. Well, then you got at least 20 years, dude. So you can fucking start investing right now.
Yeah,
I know. It don't take much. That's if you can afford to. I mean, even a little bit helps. Just saying.
Yeah, no. It's the same thing like when you told me that I'm not too old to go back to school. You're right. You're right about that. And you're right about the investing. But I probably won't.
I didn't think this shit up on my own. I watched my dad. My dad freaking didn't believe in freaking having a retirement plan until like 15 years before he retired. And then, fortunately for him, he worked in a job there. He made a good amount of money. And, they're good. My mom and dad are good. My mom actually even retired like 12 years early from her job.
Oh no, I'm not saying you're wrong or I disagree with you. I think you're right and I agree with you. I just probably not gonna do it.
Oh no, yeah. Okay, that's cool. I mean, I got respect for that. I'm just saying, it's like I didn't come up with the idea. I just saw, saw what was taken care of,
Yeah, and my plan is at 60 years old to retire and have enough money that I can enjoy and not work. I follow my dad. My dad is 75 and he's retired for 25 years. And he said to me, Marvin, I worked hard, I saved hard. After 25 years, he has not gone in the office or any business. And he stays at home, goes on the computer, and he spends as much as he wants. He travels, he does anything he wants to do because he says, hey, I just decided that I won't buy a new car or I won't buy something else. And I have enough money in my life to enjoy. And he's gone 25 years retired. So you can understand, I won't be doing what he does. I mean, that's a sweet life.
Yeah, I had one grandfather that worked his butt off, and he retired, and he only lived a few years. He did stuff, but he only lived a few years after he retired. Now another grandfather that got an early retirement, not too early, but earlier than the other grandfather. He got on a medical, and he lived a long time and lived an active life, and I kind of have to weigh out all that, but yeah, but yeah, I'd like to at least get my 20 years in at this job, just as like a bucket list accomplishment, because life's so short. It's hard to say you've done anything for 20 years. That's all.
That's a very true statement.
And with the new boss, things look like they might go better than they have the whole time I've been there. So if I'm able to put up with it this long being crappy, if it gets better, that'll be nice. But whatever.
How long have you been there? How long have you been there?
In April, it'll be 20 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So they've had some extra work this week that went from hot to, I should say, it went from really hot to really cold to warming up. So yeah, I've been working, but I got something tomorrow, that I got a cash job after work. I'm going to help somebody move a lathe out of a truck into somebody's basement. I think I'm kind of old to be doing cash jobs on the side for money.
It's called cash.
Yeah, cash right there. You just said it, man. Make that money, because then you could just use that money on you, what you want to do with it.
Yeah, that's just it. At the gun show on Sunday, I pretty much wiped out all the cash in the guns envelope, so I need to refill the envelope. And they're going, it's a 400-pound lathe. I'm 44 years old, and I already work enough, and okay, it takes a while to save up money, but I mean, at 24 years old, I took every cash job I could get. But now it's like they rarely come along. I don't go looking for them. Somebody approached me, and it's kind of like, yeah. So I guess I just kind of feel like I'm too old for that stuff.
What is this? The 44-year-old group? Because I'm 44. September the 6th, 1972.
Yep.
Yeah. I was December 12th, 1972, so.
And I was Christmas Eve.
Wow.
Ah, you're the rat in the house by Chinese astrology.
How did that happen? The stars must be aligned. Somebody check.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not cooperating right now.
Is this where I can find the Bengay?
I don't know. Are you 44, Knives?
No, I'm 29.
Oh,
well, then
shit.
get the fuck out.
Hey,
You gotta get the fuck out. Sorry, 44 years old and over. No, I'm playing, dude.
Yeah, Knives, you're young enough to take cash jobs. You move this lathe.
I can do it.
Yeah.
I've been working since I was 6.
Freaking
Yeah. He's like, okay, the lathe is 400 pounds, and there's 2 of us, a dolly, and some straps. And I'm like, okay, I've moved a 500-pound gun safe with one guy, dolly, and straps. And I'm thinking, yeah, that was years ago.
it ain't nothing, man. You got dolly and straps, you're good.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking dude, and it's easy money.
Well,
you get
here's
a little
the
bit
thing.
of a workout out of it, so you can make yourself feel good about that.
How big is the lathe?
Put cash in your pocket.
I'm not
That's
sure.
good.
It's 400 pounds, and it fits in the back of a truck. So
That's a brake lathe.
maybe. I mean, it's steel, so I mean, you could have a small lathe that's 400 pounds. It's gonna have a solid steel base, that sort of thing. But here's the difference between 24 and 44. At 24, I just do it. At 44, I'm thinking, what are the things that could hurt me? That's the difference.
Yeah, well, yeah, and your body's wore out a little more than most people's at 44 because
You're gonna be sore for like a month.
No, dude, it's not that bad. Like I move around. Like I just moved whenever I move, I always end up moving my gun safe by myself. So I mean,
Yeah, isn't it amazing how your friends disappear when you want to move?
I tell them, dude, I'm like, look, I just need your truck for these items. All you have to do is drive. I'll load that shit in and handle it myself, and I do. So
I'm the one that shows up at 6 in the morning ready to work.
You gotta work. You gotta pay off that loan, man.
No, my loan just increased 7,000.
Yeah, you gotta work to pay it off.
$7,000 fucking contacts, special made. What the fuck?
Jeez. Contacts?
Yeah, they gotta do an impression of my eyes.
Man, for $7,000, they should give you new eyes.
Dog, I need the bald eagle eye.
You need to get that Steve Austin bionic eye.
Oh yeah.
You'd be the $7,000 man.
See titties from a mile away. Go to Las Vegas, make our money back.
there you go.
Me and Heavy P get the fuck out of California.
I don't know, man. Jimmy's offering us up his shed in his backyard.
Yeah.
We might have to take him up on that.
Dude, it's in the middle of the fucking heat too. Fuck that shit.
Oh, no, like there's never a heat wave in California.
Yeah, there's always swamp ass weather though.
Hey,
well,
Heavy.
it's dry heat out there. Less swamp ass. It's a bonus.
Hey, Heavy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Black flag conditions.
Yeah, I doubt it. It's not that bad out there. I mean, my
Oh
brother
no,
was out there.
you remember that shit?
Yeah, and fucking nobody ever listened to that shit.
Yeah, we still PT'd in Black Flag, so
There's make sure you hydrate. We'll bring more water. There's a couple more fucking
put an extra corpsman in the Humvee that follows.
A couple extra Humvees just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
No, we didn't even have Humvees, man. Shit. Like, where I was at, we had like those fucking military pickup trucks, Dodgers or Chevys.
Oh, the Cuckbee. The Cuckbee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we had those. Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, yeah, you guys get it hot in California. You don't get it as hot as Arizona. But, well, now, wait a minute. You got Death Valley. I realize you guys are on the coast, but Death Valley's the hottest place.
Still gets like 110.
Dude, I'm not on the coast. I'm in the desert, baby. I'm in San Bernardino. Granted, I'm
closer to the water than Death Valley is.
Well, yeah, but then that's like saying that fucking Washington's closer to the North Pole than Alaska is. I mean,
no. All right. Just to be stupid, this past summer it was 117 in Death Valley, and I decided I was going to go jogging in desert boots and shorts, my old ass, and I did it. Somebody stopped me and said, "Are you crazy?" And I said, "No," and I just kept running. So I was running to get to the car to the air conditioning.
Oh, that's why you made the decision. That wasn't because you made it all sound like you were going out to be all exercising.
No. I walked further out in the Badwater Basin than I'd walked before. I was way out there, and I said, "Let's just see if I can run back." Every now and then I got to tell myself, I'm old, but am I that old?
Well,
yeah, I wasn't running stupid. Like if I started cramping up or something like that, it was going to be over because I just start walking and that sort of thing. I wasn't going to get hurt out there, but it's like people do marathons and stuff out there in the heat. So
yeah, that's some endurance right there. Now, Arizona gets hot, but it is definitely a much drier heat, which I like the drier heat.
Yeah.
Like, I love like fucking Laughlin in the summer, and then just fucking get out there and walk, And of course, it gets too hot, you just jump in the river at the time.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got the river there. Yeah, so you can kayak or jet ski or whatever. Yeah, we were down at Oregon Pipe Cactus National Monument, and the Border Patrol guys there, they're sweating and they're breathing hard, and they look like they're dying. And I go, what is wrong? And he goes, this 15% humidity is killing us. I'm going, 15%? Ooh.
It's like, wait, hold on a second. I just made it 25% for you. There you go.
But then I'm thinking once I get acclimated out there, I suppose I'd probably think 60's cold or something.
Well, shit, 60. 60's not cold.
No, it's not, but yeah.
Like, you're up in Michigan, so like your idea of cold is like my idea of frozen. So,
and people in Minnesota get it colder than here, and Western New York gets more snow than us, even though we're all on the same line.
That's kind of weird, but that's cool.
Yeah. So I tell you what, though, I took the wife out to ocean slime, and she loved it. So.
Ocean slime, yes.
we're coming down the expressway, and we stopped in Barstow for gas, and she's like, "Oh yeah, they shot Fast and Furious here," and I'm going, "Okay, yeah, for me it's a logistics base, but okay, sure." So.
I don't know what you guys are lying about. You guys never had to fucking pick up a cabbage in the middle of fucking field in Arizona at 115 degrees.
Is that what you think you're going to be doing if you get out of Cali?
That's what I did.
Well, okay, but you're not doing it now, and you probably won't be doing it if and when you go back.
Maybe.
Yeah, but if you guys jump the border and get to, free soil and all that, I mean, you can always go back to California and visit. It's only a half a day or a day's drive. I mean, sheesh.
I think I need my passport to get out of California now.
No, not yet. Not yet. They haven't put up a wall yet. You can still come and go as you please.
They haven't spit it down like a butt cheek?
No, not yet.
You could always, you could go even further east. You could go down to Brownsville and live with Matt. I mean, I'm sure his guest house is made out of Maverick 88. So,
fuck it, let's go to Idaho. Ain't shit to do up there.
Idaho.
He told me I'd have to move into his gun room where he does his podcasts and stuff, and I just don't.
What would you be? You would be like a fixture in the background.
Nah, I don't know.
Work the boom or the mic or something.
Yeah. I'd probably be talking mad shit while he's trying to be serious or something.
What if we had like a flop house? What if we had a Gun Channel's flop house in Arizona where anybody could just go for a while when they needed to get away?
Well, we were going to do that with Flippy's house, but that shit didn't pan out.
Don't he have like 56 rooms?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's not Jack Nicholson in The Shining, man. He's
all work and no play makes Flippy go crazy.
Heavy BB at Matt's house, and he'd be like, go fuck yourself to the camera, fucking Heavy B in the back. What the fuck?
Just saying, like I was telling Matt once ago, yeah, I should do that. Go down there, and then like be in another room on my computer, like talk shit, right? Like take a picture of exactly where I'd be sitting, like without me there, and then like, he'd talk shit, and I'd be like, "That's it, I'm coming for you." And I'd
bust through the door,
snap my fingers, and turn off the camera, right, and then go to the spot where and just make it look like it disappeared, and then I just kind of like pop in his screen and say, "Hey Matt, how you doing?" That would be kind of trippy, but yeah. It ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to move to Brownsville, Texas.
It sounds like more like Brown Eye, Texas.
I mean, I wouldn't mind, moving someplace where there's another gun channel member, but I don't know. It seems kind of stalkerish to move to a spot.
I don't know. We could always relocate to Tucson.
I don't think G-Webs would like that. I think he would kick us out of Tucson. He'd be like, no, get the fuck out of here.
We all stopped by to lend a hand to get in the van. He would be happy.
And as soon as we fix it, he tell us to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah,
go away with my town. Nah.
Fucking AK comes out of nowhere. I'll be ready with the 9mm, with the green 9mm. It's kryptonite.
I really got to do something about this mic on this headset, dude. It's loose. I got to tighten it up. I just haven't got off my ass to get the screwdriver to do it. So Squib, you got to meet Smeggy, right?
Yeah, we met at the gun show.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So, and then at some point I need to go a couple hours west and go see Dusty. I talked with him on Lock and Load.
Oh, right on. Freaking, isn't it amazing that a snowman can move around like he does? I mean, it's just,
If you met him, you'd be like, damn, you do look like a snowman.
No, I have met him, dude. He's come out to California.
Oh, you did? Okay, so then.
Yeah,
so what I did was
Microsoft.
I took Microsoft Paint. He said, you'll be able to spot me. I'm wearing the G-Webs fan T-shirt, and there he was wearing the T-shirt. So what I did was I took Microsoft Paint and I took the van patch and I put it in the middle of the I took a screenshot of Smeggy. So I put the van patch in the middle of the screenshot, and then I put this really scraggly looking beard on the snowman, and I sent it to Night Strike, and I said, "There's been a Smeggy spotting." But no, but he does kind of look like the picture that's on the screen. Yeah. I met him and his friend, and they're real nice.
Right on. Yeah, him and G-Webs came out this way, and G-Webs and Smeggy met me and my friend Brad up at the range to go shooting. It was like my friend's birthday, I believe. And then from there, did I just lose everybody?
No, it's just the background noise just dropped.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, the background noise sounded like that. It sounded like a Star Trek food processor from the original series.
Yeah, a little bit. So they met us up there to go shooting. We went shooting. Then they went back out to Hosh's house. I spent the night at Hosh's house, and they came back out this way. And I met up with them with Night Prowler.
Oh, okay.
I thought Night Prowler was actually a Gun Channels guy, but he was just a YouTube guy. But then he became a Gun Channels guy that night because we went back to where he lived, and I signed him up. I helped him sign up for Gun Channels and threw him into the lobby, and the rest is history. So, freaking.
But he's the first one to get out of
Cali,
California Stan or whatever.
Well, I don't know if he was the first one, but he's definitely before me. So yeah.
Where I'm at right now in listening to shows is I'm listening to Matt's chat from Wednesday. So from last night, I was listening to Early Watch all day at work, and then I switched to my recording of that. And it was just after everybody had been talking about the alt-right, and then there was the heated discussion about the national reciprocity thing. And it's like, wow, everybody's in on it. It was good. It was really good. I was like, oh, man, I'm on the edge of my seat. And then I got home, and I'm like, oh, man, I got to turn it off. So I'll listen to the rest of it tomorrow at work. But I'm going to weigh in. I think that, and don't hate me for this, I think that Yankee's right. So there's a lot of times Yankee rubs me the wrong way, but this time I think he's right. he said if the bill passes the way it's written and somebody wants to do away with it at a later point, we'll only go back to where we are now. And nothing in the bill says that you have to pass a test, pay a fee, or there's nothing in the bill about states can't do what they want to do with what they do internally. Meaning, if a state decides they want to go constitutional carry, this national reciprocity doesn't void a state wanting to do constitutional carry. Now, I haven't got all the way through the whole everybody debating back and forth, and I think a lot of people are throwing out some good points. I just don't understand why so many people are worried, unless it's just that we have this standstill on giving the federal government too much power. To me, this is the federal government regulating interstate commerce. That's all it is.
Yeah, well, that was GWeb's point too, and they fucked up interstate commerce. So just throwing that out there. But I'm not saying I disagree. I'm not saying I disagree.
But the sales tax is different in California than Michigan. But the dollar I earn in Michigan, I can put in my wallet, drive to California, and still spend. You see what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, the postal service is the same in California or Michigan. The postage is the same whether you mail something to me or I mail something to you, if it's the same weight or dimension or something like that. That sort of thing. My car with Michigan license plate, my Michigan driver's license, and my Michigan insurance, which is better than your California insurance, is valid in California. I even called my insurance company and I said, when I go to Las Vegas and I rent a car, my Michigan car insurance is on that rental car, correct? Right. So I don't need to buy separate insurance from the car company, even though they want to sell it to me. That's right. But wait a minute. Nevada doesn't have no fault. No, they don't. Michigan does. And no fault means if you pay, or I've got what they call broad form, which is like a premium no fault. If somebody hits me and they are at fault, I don't pay a penny to get my car fixed. And they don't raise my insurance the next year when I pay my dues, right? Nevada doesn't have that. I don't know if California does or not, but I imagine it probably doesn't.
No.
My rental car in California has Michigan broad form no fault. That means if some dumbass T-bones my rental car in Las Vegas, I fly back home, my insurance company pays for everything. I don't pay a penny. I don't pay a deductible. I don't pay jack.
Well, technically, if you get hit, you shouldn't be paying for anything. Neither should your insurance company. It's the asshole that hits you.
But they're saying that they don't have no fault and broad form in Nevada. So, but the whole fact that it's actually honored, that's an interstate commerce thing. Because I have the insurance in Michigan, it's good in Nevada, it's good in California. I can drive my car here, I can drive my car there. My driver's license is good here. So why shouldn't my concealed carry permit be good in Nevada or California or whatever? Right? Now, I may have to follow Nevada law or California law or Colorado law or Nebraska law or Illinois or whatever it is all the way there. Okay, so if I have to stop before I cross the border and change to a 10-round magazine or 7-round magazine or whatever it is, or one state says you have to declare when you get pulled over for speeding and another state says you don't, well, now that's on me to know and that sort of thing. But the fact that reciprocity and the fact that it gives you the right to go, fuck you, California, I'm going to go to Utah. I'm going to travel to Utah for a day, take the course, pay the fee.
You don't even have to travel to Utah, dude. You can do it from here. I can do it from here.
Oh, you don't even have to go?
Yeah, there's plenty of places that do Utah, Florida CCW classes. You do the class, you freaking do the shooting, you do the fingerprints, you send it off with the money, and then like 6 weeks you get your CCW.
Look at it like this. California loses the revenue because you gave it to another state. Now, let me give you a good example of what that does. In Michigan, they banned fireworks. The new governor that got elected was trying to bring money into the state. And he says, why is it people can drive down to Ohio or Indiana right on our border, buy fireworks, bring them into the state illegally. Nobody catches them unless they decide to search their car if they get pulled over for speeding. And then they shoot them off on the 4th of July and New Year's. And the state of Michigan loses out on the revenue. And the same number of people get hurt and the same number of fires happen and the same because these people are bringing it in. He goes, why don't we make them legal here and then we get the revenue and the taxes and all that? They made them legal here, and sure, it did hurt the businesses right across the border that were selling fireworks, but it hasn't changed a thing. It hasn't changed the number of people that go to the emergency room because they were dumb enough to light off an M80 in their hand, or didn't change the number of fires or anything. But now the state of Michigan is getting money off that. So if you went to Utah or Florida or wherever, and you could do a mail order concealed carry, and because of national reciprocity, California had to honor it. California might go, oh, to hell with this. We're going to let our people get these because they want to get the money for the permits. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see your point, but that won't ever happen in California. California will continue to keep their prices high. Now, granted, they have gone down a little bit. It's like around $350 to get your CCW out here if you can get approved to get it, depending on where you live. And in like places like where I live, where it's a shall issue here in San Bernardino County, in fact, our sheriff is saying, get your CCW. Everybody jumped on that shit after the December 2nd shooting. So this is such a backlog because they weren't expecting that kind of influx that, people are waiting forever. It's like, and I don't plan on being in the state that long. So I'm just going to wait until I get the fuck out and then do it.
Most of the time I feel like you're only as strong as your weakest guy. Like when we did log drills, remember that? There's always that one guy, it's usually the short guy who couldn't reach up and grab it, but it was always the one guy who just didn't put in and everybody else suffered because of it. And sometimes you have the instinct to cut that guy free. So sometimes I want to say, forget California, forget Massachusetts, forget Maryland, forget Hawaii, forget Illinois, forget all these states that have all these BS laws. But there are other times where I go, no, I have to pull myself back and go, these guys are Americans too, and for whatever reason, they got screwed over. So if I'm for national reciprocity, then I'm for helping out these guys in these states where they've got BS laws. And I thought we were supposed to work together as a team.
Oh, we are. And then like Tony was saying today in Early Watch, like freaking there's I forget his name from Texas is getting together with a bunch of people and they're suing California. So there's outside help helping California out, which helps them too. Because if they can shut down all the bullshit laws out here in California through the legal system, it sets a legal precedent, and then everybody else fucking it's harder to overturn it. It's harder to justify why people should be allowed to do, or states should be allowed to do bullshit things like California is doing. And okay, the 50 state reciprocity thing is cool, okay, it's good in intention. I'm kind of undecided on whether I'm for it or against it. Like, I like the idea that if they pass that, I can do a Utah CCW and be able to carry here in California. That's just fucking awesome. And several other states, and every other state. That's fucking cool as shit. At the same time, though, I see what Matt's saying is it sets a precedent of the government setting laws in regards to the Constitution, but they already have the power. I totally understand that. But what would be better is if the federal government, did its job in protecting the Constitution.
Correct.
And then came down on the states like these people in Texas and California and these other pro-2A agency organizations are trying to do with California. If the federal government were to come down on California and say, hey, this shit's unconstitutional, you need to fucking get rid of it. And then the state go, no, fuck you. And then they go through the circuit process, and then it ends up in the Supreme Court. If it doesn't get beaten, like say it goes in the Ninth Circuit, well, then they can use actually several things that the Ninth Circuit has actually, and I say circus, I'm not mispronouncing it. I call them circus for a reason, because they're fucking topsy-turvy motherfuckers that do very strange things that make you go, ooh, and what? So, the Ninth Circuit, if it goes to them, they can use actual precedents set already in the Ninth Circuit. I said it right this time, to defeat these California gun laws, And then, and from there, it's just a matter of the federal government stepping in and saying, California, you're being unconstitutional. You're allowed to restrict things. Yes. Okay, background checks. You want to do background checks? Fine, do background checks. But the magazine restrictions, the firearms restrictions, those are all unconstitutional because 90% of the states out there don't have it and don't have any issue with that stuff. So why should you? It's fucking, they all have these rights. That means these citizens here should have these rights too. And then if they did that and knocked down California, the rest of the states with these fucking stupid gun laws would fall because that precedent has been set. And it's more permanent and it's more constitutional. Whereas a law like 50 state reciprocity, even though it takes a supermajority to overturn a law that's already been put in there or to introduce a law to cancel out, or it takes, I believe it takes a supermajority. You need at least 60 votes to freaking overturn something that's already been made a law and then signed off by the president as well. And then then it would go up against Supreme Court and they would have to, it's a hard process, but it's still easier than getting the Supreme Court to overturn its decision.
I tend to think that this would help the Second Amendment movement in the long run more than hurt it, or at least has a possibility to help it more than it has a possibility to hurt it. I'm one who's for states' rights, more so. I think the states need to have some individuality and they need to have some certain authority to regulate their state based on what's their primary economy or what's their weather like or what's their primary demographic or where they're located. There are different things about the states that regulate they should be able to regulate within themselves to make the state what it is. And the federal government just needs to do the stuff that ties us all together. And this is, like I said before, interstate commerce. So whenever it's something where I feel like they're challenging states' rights, I'm on the fence. This I don't feel challenges states' rights. It doesn't say that California now has to have the same concealed carry laws as Michigan. No, it just says if Michigan trusts me to carry a gun concealed, California does. Now, when I get to California, I have to follow their laws, which may be different than Michigan. Or if a state is deciding on whether or not to go constitutional carry, this law doesn't say, oh no, constitutional carry don't count. It's saying constitutional carry absolutely counts. And if your state decides to go constitutional carry and this law is in effect, it's not going to negate that. So in this case, I don't feel that it affects states' rights, because otherwise I usually go for states' rights. And my thing about states' rights is, if your state has a sales tax that you can't deal with, or it has some sort of law that you can't deal with, or it has, I don't know, just something about it you can't deal with that is within their rights to govern, move. If you can't move, make plans to move. Bide your time, save your money.
As you do make valid points, but it still does affect states' rights. And it affects states' rights in the simple aspect is you're forcing the state. Now, granted, this is based on a constitutional right that should not be infringed to begin with, but you're still forcing the state to recognize every other state's decision. So, I mean,
in this case,
difference now it would be pro 2A. I understand it would be pro 2A.
Because it's pro 2A. That's why I'm saying it's more of a federal.
But now it's not the federal government protecting the Constitution. It's the federal government making a law that forces the states to have to recognize all the other states' decisions, whether they agree with them or not. So now that's no longer a state right.
Okay, so what you're saying, though, is...
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just pointing out that it does affect states' rights. It affects this right of the state to decide whether they want to recognize reciprocity in another state.
But
I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that is the literal definition of states' rights. They have the right in the state to choose whether they want to recognize reciprocity from another, to conceal carry permit of another state. It's like, this is why all the states that are going, hey, we now recognize this. They're invoking their state rights to say, yeah, I recognize Arizona's CCW laws.
If Obama can force every state to accept gay marriage, then Trump needs to make every state accept concealed carry.
Like I said, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying I agree with it or I disagree with it. I'm just saying logically, if you put it down there, the logic dictates if the federal government imposes something that makes the state do something it would not normally do because that's not what the state would choose to do on a normal basis, then it is interfering with states' rights. Now, in this situation, it's a constitutional right that shall not be infringed in verbatim from the Second Amendment. And all these stupid laws in California need to go fuck off. They do. They need to go fuck themselves. Just get the fuck.
And not just California, some of the other states.
Yeah, I know. And I'm being biased toward California because I live here, but I'm also recognizing the fact that, yes, it will help. I mean, it will give strength to the Second Amendment cause. It'll probably even give it more momentum to move forward and do things. But at the same time, states can also go, okay, fine. You're going to force us to recognize their rights. We're going to have a 3-round magazine capacity.
Right.
And it can only be in these certain calibers, and it can only be in guns on our approved list.
That's true. But once you get
that could leave even higher. But see that right there, that's but you getting the right to carry in my state because the government said so could end up fucking me and my gun rights, the little that I have right now.
Okay, so if you could make the call, which way would you go? Would you risk it or not?
It's a toss-up for me, man. It really is.
Because your opinion matters more because you're in a state that...
No, my opinion matters no more or any less than any other Americans in this because we are all Americans and we should all have
but
by the Constitution.
Yeah, let's say
at the same time, I've given you both sides of the argument. I mean, you've given me half, I've agreed with you on half, and I've given you the other half just by using logic.
But that's why
just by the basic logic fundamentals.
You're in a unique position, though, to give me perspective that I can't have here. Here's the deal. If they pass national reciprocity and California said, fine, everybody can have 3 rounds of .38 special and that's it. California might do something retarded like that. Michigan won't. Arizona won't. Georgia won't. Texas won't. So I'm in one of those states that won't.
What about New York?
What
about Illinois? What if Illinois?
Right,
okay. All the progress that they made in Illinois?
Well, no. Heavy. I would ask
strike that shit. Get the fuck out of here. We don't want people having that. We're going to give them the bare minimum that's going to keep us out from violating the Constitution.
But I would ask the same question to Dano or Hawaii Volcano Squad. They're both in restrictive states like you. So being from a restrictive state, where do you stand on that? Do you stick your hand on the chopping block and risk it? Or do you go, no, to hell with this, I'll deal with what I got? Because I don't have anything to lose here, but you do. And if I'm going to back you up, or Dano or Hawaii Volcano Squad, then I need to know where you guys stand on that stuff.
And again, I'm undecided at this point. I am still considering and weighing both sides of the fence. I want to know exactly what is the most likely thing to occur. Right now, California is starting, they've at least the assault weapon ban bullet button thing is being withdrawn right now. There are other things that are being under review that could be withdrawn. There's a lot of this stuff that they passed in Gunmageddon or Gunpocalypse, whatever you want to call it, is starting to unravel itself because I don't think they expected to get that much success. So if it comes down to a legal case, and it ends up being decided by the appellate court and then en banc, because one way or the other, they're going to end up, the appeals court says this, yay, and then they go, we're going to go en banc, and then it'll probably do something else. like it's done with the Fourth Circuit recently, like it's done with the Ninth Circuit in the past with the Peruta case, where Peruta won and then it went on bonk and then they lost. Freaking, and once it goes there, it goes to the Supreme Court. You know, and that right there, once the Supreme Court makes a decision, it now becomes, you know, law of the land. It is now, it's been deemed either constitutional or unconstitutional at that time. Now, the problem with that level of scrutiny is that it's going to be harder to reverse either way. So it could either be a big win or a huge loss for us. Whereas 50-state reciprocity, that could be a win for us now, but a bigger loss for us, or people like me, at least in California. Because, I mean, you see how California reacted to the whole, you know, there are no more sanctuary cities thing. They said, well, fuck you. We're a sanctuary state now. They're pushing back. They're exerting, you know, they're going to try and exert their power as long as they can to try and win or get a point across. And if the 50-state reciprocity comes into effect, California could literally just pass gun laws saying, I don't think they'd go to a 3-round magazine of 38 or 3 rounds of 38 special or whatever. But I mean, they would definitely get dug
Right
in,
back on
at least
were.
dug in on the handgun laws that they have now, and impose things like, all right, if you carry a gun, it has to be on our approved roster, and then they could freaking narrow that down to even farther than what it is right now. I mean, and this is all stuff that they can do without having to go through a fucking vote.
So then we're going to have to get in there with a U-Haul and get you and Knives Out for sure.
Man, it's U-Haul, underground tunnels, freaking airplanes, and fucking helicopters have been mentioned on rescuing me and Knives. But I'm just saying.
I wanted to get some frogs out of Davis Mawson and bring them back up to spec, and then, you know, come in there and get you out, you know, medium lift style, but whatever.
Could you at least do, you know, like a CH-53, please?
You want me to come in? Well, no.
They may leak. The shitters may leak, but they still fly. Frogs.
No,
they call them frogs for a reason. They go up and they come down.
Yes.
And not always expectedly.
Yes, I know. If they stop leaking hydraulic fluid, you're in trouble. Yes, I know that. But they got the new Kilo model, which doesn't have as much lift capacity, but is supposedly more reliable. So yeah, but now we could just come in with one shitter and pick up both of you and all your stuff, and still have room and weight to spare. So, and we'd fly out of there faster than, you know, yeah, I mean, yeah,
plus, you can refuel in the air. You can do aerial refueling.
That's true. Yeah.
So we don't have to worry about landing.
Yeah. So yeah, you'll see me fast rope out the hellhole. Go, come on, man, let's go.
I'll be like, you better find a place to land this motherfucker, unless you plan on me spy rigging out, because my shit.
That would be awesome. We would just spy rig right out.
Oh, that would be fucking cool.
I had one chance to do that, and I got called away to go fix something, and I missed out. Oh, I don't like the idea of skydiving, but I'd spy rig in a heartbeat. Yeah.
I've actually got to spy rig. I got to do it.
What did you think? What did you think?
It's fucking awesome. At first, yeah, it's a butt clenching experience, but it's like you're like, oh shit. At least I was, and then you're looking around and you're like, wow. And you're just like, because you can see everything. It's kind of like you're flying, you know. But
how was the wind
cool.
in your face?
It wasn't that. Well, it was less than skydiving.
So did you have to let the harness hit the ground first to dissipate the static electricity before anybody attached or touched it? Or you don't remember? I mean, it was a long time ago for both of us.
I was told to stand back, and until they told me to come up, and then they hooked me in, and then we left, and then when we landed, I stayed where I was at until they disconnected me, and you know, or told me to let go and then fucking get off.
That's probably for the static.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Plus, I didn't know what I was doing. I was just first time I was doing it, so you know, and the only time evidently. So I haven't done it since.
If we have to spy rig you out of there, you know the shit has really hit the fan.
Well, you know, I could always just get in my car and drive across the border too. Probably be a lot less dramatic. I understand, a lot less showy. Probably wouldn't be able to make really cool video on it and put it on YouTube, but Probably a lot more cost effective.
Why do you think G-Webs has a van? It's to get as many evacuees in there as possible.
I don't think that's why he has a van. I really don't. I think you're very optimistic on that.
He rolls down a window. He goes, "Come on, I'm here to save your ass. Get in."
Well, I mean, if that day ever comes, I'm down. Just give me 15 minutes to gather the shit I want to take, and we're gone.
But now you realize, because you told me all this, I don't have to listen to the rest of Matt's chat, and then I can take the early watch from today that I'm recording and listen to that instead.
Well, you could listen to the early watch anyway, and listen to Matt's chat too, because Yankee and Matt go at it from two different ways. I was giving you my perspective on this.
Oh, okay.
And I gave you a kind of why Matt was saying, but I didn't say what he was saying. And I think maybe if you listened to it, you would, get his point too. I'm not saying Yankee's wrong. I'm not saying Matt is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying there's a lot more to consider than just, jump on it now. I was like, fuck, when I first heard about it, I was like, yeah, we need to do that. And then I started to think, and I was like, well, okay, let's start listening to what people say. And then I'm like, I find a hole in that argument. 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 And I'm like, okay, now I got to try and fill all these holes. And, and this is why I'm still undecided. The optimist in me is like, the optimist, not Optimus Prime, but optimist in me is like, yeah, go for it. The pessimist in me is like, how's this going to fuck me?
Yeah. Okay.
So I want to know before I make a decision.
I've got it on pause where I was when I got home. So tomorrow morning when I get my truck and drive to work, I'll hit play with my earbud in, and it's better than listening to the traffic report on the AM radio, and I'll continue that. But then I'll get to the early watch. So yeah, it should be pretty good then, based on what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. It is.
But now maybe I'll have a more objective viewpoint as I'm listening, which would be helpful. So thank you.
Well, I try to be helpful. I was just telling you how I'm seeing things. I try to look at everything from the blind side. Step back and go, okay, I see what they're saying. I see what they're saying. I like, I don't like, and then I try to figure it out for myself. So
I don't have a problem stopping a mile from the border of state X and taking out my 15-round magazine and slapping in my 10-round magazine and taking all the shells out of the 15, putting it in the trunk. And then if a cop stops me and I tell him, and he goes, all right, we honor your CPL, but I need to check your car. And he opens the trunk and he goes, you've got empty 15-round magazines in here. I'd be like, 1986 Firearm Owners Protection Act. Challenge me on it.
Yeah. Then they can go, I'm not here to decide whether that's right or wrong. I'm just here to enforce our laws, and now you get to go to jail until we figure out what's right.
True, but I let my CPL for Michigan expire, and I haven't reinstated it. If I did, second call defense. So.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not taking that away. But just to avoid all that nonsense, me personally, I would be like, okay, I'm going from point A to point B. I'm going to be carrying. What are the strictest gun laws, magazine laws? Okay, they say 10 rounds. I'm only going to be carrying 10 rounders on me.
Right.
That just eliminates all.
I could do that too, because I did advise somebody. I said, you know what, to get around the whole damn thing, just carry a revolver.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, which would be cool, because then I can buy, a revolver.
When California had that, because I remember when I first started researching, California had that open carry, but you couldn't carry a loaded magazine in your gun. You had to have an empty magazine. The gun couldn't be chambered. And then you see there's videos of people getting checked to see if they have a live mag or not in the gun. That was retarded. Was that the same with the revolver? You couldn't have a loaded revolver either?
Your firearm was not allowed to be loaded.
Okay, so the revolver had to be empty.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, but it didn't mean, like, I don't remember. It doesn't mean you couldn't have a loaded mag in your pocket or in a mag pouch. You just couldn't have it in the gun.
Yeah.
You know, so, but then again, this is California. It would not surprise me if they say, yeah, you're allowed to carry magazines and firearms. You just can't have any rounds. You know?
See, my thing is, I don't have second call defense right now, even though it would help me if I did shoot an intruder that came into my home. I don't have second call defense now because I let my CPL expire. When I get my CPL again, because it's been on my to-do list forever and eventually I'll get around to it, I want to have that. Now, does that mean that I walk away scot-free? Absolutely not. But does it mean I sleep easy at night? Yeah. So if I did go to State X and they said, we don't care about the 1986 Firearms Owner Protection Act that says you can have this 15-round magazine and drive through our state and even stop at a hotel overnight, you know, on your way through our state, we don't care about that. We're going to take you to jail. I think that after they got their lawyer down there, you know, I think things would just go differently. That's all.
Well, yeah, they'd probably be like, hey, we're just enforcing our laws.
You know that, you know,
Because the cops don't know all the laws.
And
they don't.
No, they don't.
You know,
but
yeah.
if they, you know, if they do something and they're doing it in, I believe if they're doing it in the commission of enforcing the law, then, you know,
Well,
them
yeah, but
being
the
right or
law-
wrong makes them not negligible. So you can't really sue them. Well, you can,
The
but it won't go
1986
anywhere.
Firearms Owner Protection Act is a good example of why this national reciprocity thing might work out. I can drive to California, or I guess through Colorado, where they don't allow 15-round magazines, or through Illinois, where you have to have a FOID card or whatever. I can pass through while traveling interstate commerce with a firearm or firearm accessory that is not allowed to be owned normally by their citizens. If I'm just passing through, if I'm legal to own it in Michigan, and I drive through state X where I'm not legal to own it, if I'm not moving there, I'm simply passing through, even if I stay for an overnight stop, even if I stop to eat, even if I stop to put fuel in my car, even if I have a mechanical breakdown and I'm stuck there for 3 days while they're fixing my engine, I am legally protected by federal law that was created in 1986. Now, if I get arrested because a cop is ignorant, or his watch commander is ignorant, or even I go in front of the judge or magistrate and he's ignorant, that's something I got to deal with. However, that law protects me through the guise of interstate commerce of being able to pass through that state. So I suppose in California they could say, well, where are you going to pass through to? The ocean? So they might be able to argue it in California or New York because they're at the edges of the country. But by law, I should be able to drive into California with a firearm without a bullet button, as long as I'm not moving there or plan to stay there. I'm just passing through for some odd reason. But that I could see that where the judge is arguing, going, where the hell were you passing through to? But according to the way the law is written,
it's also to visit too. So
to visit. But I mean, that's sort of the same thing as spending overnight because the state's so damn big, like Texas or whatever.
I want to enter real quick because you know, like they have laws that are unconstitutional completely, and nobody constitutionally will disagree with them. Like the forced blood test if you refuse a breathalyzer on the DUI. I mean, they're a little different. These aren't oranges and oranges, you know. But when and San Antonio had that with the last district attorney who got voted out, and she was bragging about how she enforced it. Told and there she got this one show, and this lawyer was telling her it's unconstitutional. It's a legal seizure. Search and seizure. You cannot take blood from somebody, their body, and without without a legal search warrant, and you have to have you can't do it. It's illegal. It's unconstitutional. And she was, I don't give a damn. The people told me, and she was going on, and the police were enforcing it. They're taking you. They're going to the magistrate, getting court order from the magistrate, going, locking you down, holding you down, and taking your blood. And it was being enforced. So I mean, I believe in the spirit of what you're saying, but the cops, back each other up because whether they agree or they don't, they back each other up, and the judges tend to lean on their side.
That's true, but that's why I'm saying if I was doing concealed carry, But even though, but the scenario I'm describing isn't really concealed carry. It's me throwing my AR-15 in the back seat of my truck and throwing the ammunition in a lockbox in the bed of my truck, and it's separating the two and having them cased and the whole 9 yards and having everything locked up and passing through these states, and somebody going, we don't know or care about this 1986 federal law, and giving me hell over it. I suppose at that point, having second call defense would probably be a good idea as well. And I'm not saying they're the solution to everything, but it sure beats not having a lawyer on retainer, and it's an affordable way to have one. And this isn't a public service announcement or commercial. I'm not a paid sponsor, but I mean, last time I went out west, I didn't bring any guns with me. But like when I traveled down to our family's farm in Kentucky, used to be in the past, I would call the state police in Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky and verify that what they wanted to see as far as me traveling through their state with a firearm or a trunk full of firearms or a concealed carry permit or whatever. Nowadays, I don't do that so much, or I don't have a concealed weapon when I'm traveling or whatnot, or I can just look it up online if I want to take the time. But there's a little bit of due diligence, and there's a little bit of the law's ignorance.
When I drove to, I'll say this real quickly, and I agree with your points because they're valid, and again, I don't like being molested or aggravated or bullshitted when I'm not doing anything wrong realistically, or have any malice in my heart or mind. But I just wouldn't fucking go visit Patron, California, any shitty state that fucking does that shit. You're not going to get in my money until everybody's leaving the fucking state. As beautiful as the country land is, it's plagued with ignorance and fucking, all that shit. I don't need to tell you, you live there, or you guys are, But the thing is, like when I traveled to Louisiana, New Orleans last year for spring break, which is coming up, when I went to New Orleans, I looked it up real quick, saw they had reciprocity, didn't worry about it. Drove with a gun on my 5 o'clock or, the whole time I was, driving the whole way over there and driving back. I carried the whole time I was down in the French Quarter, and, nobody really bothered me. I mean, the first time you can kind of see the gun printing just a little on my shirt, and I kind of put my daughter on the right of me, like, hey, stand here while we're in the French Quarter. Yeah. But there's no way I'd be in the French Quarter without a damn gun, because there's just too many people that are hard to really profile, because everybody's just out of profile. It's like Hollywood, Everybody looks different and weird.
I have to make a joke, Edge.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Edge, I know it on good authority that you like a good reach around.
That's my business.
No, see, Night Strike, that's not a good joke. A good joke is the reason his name is
I never said it was good.
Oh, okay. Well, the reason, I'll give you a good joke. The reason his name is Edge is because normally you can't get an edge in where otherwise.
Damn right.
Edge,
Edge was?
Yeah, that's it. I can't even think right.
Words are difficult sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to get to. No, this Edge. So this past summer, we traveled out west to beautiful but unlawful California, and we drove through some states. Now, typically, we take a southern route and come through your state, which is also pretty cool to visit. But we decided we were going to go through Colorado. Now, I said, I'll never go to Colorado. I did step foot in it when I was at the Four Corners, but I only went 100 yards into the state. I said, I'll never go to Colorado. I'll never buy gas in Colorado. I'll never stay at a hotel in Colorado. I'll never eat at a restaurant in Colorado. I'll never buy anything in Colorado because I thought they passed unjust gun laws. Well, guess what? We drove through Colorado. We stopped in Colorado. We bought gas in Colorado. By the time we got out of the state, I go, this is a pretty place. It's beautiful. I still don't agree with their unjust gun laws, but and where were we ending up in the end? California, where they've got some of the worst gun laws. And we spent money in California. We stayed in a hotel in California, and we went to restaurants and we put gas in the car and all this other stuff. I think that it's a good thing to do to not support these states by not giving them business, but sometimes you have to kind of go, do I really want to drive 4 states out of my way?
I mean, I think the only state I definitely do like a big Yui around or a hoop around is Jersey. But if I ever had to go and
Now,
never
see, I want to go to New Jersey to go see the battleship.
is it in Jersey?
Yeah, the USS New Jersey's in New Jersey.
Oh, because I mean, there's a lot of shit.
It's in
They don't
Florida,
actually.
I believe.
Okay.
Go down to go down and see the USS Texas instead.
I've been to the Texas.
Out of the Lexington and Corpus.
I have been to Texas. I have a friend in Baytown.
You're right off
If
Corpus.
you're out there listening, hey. So.
I love you.
But I have been to the Texas. I would love to go back.
The only thing I can't stand going east is in the south is in fucking boiled peanuts at every damn convenience store. I feel like
I don't like boiled peanuts.
Oh
I've
my
had-
goodness.
pot over every time I saw one. Like, fuck you, boiled peanuts.
Okay, Edge, you're in East Texas and you're not a redneck.
I'm South Texas.
You're in East, whatever, South,
No,
East. What's
I thought
the difference?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
See, the east start the whole South, like the southern part, Southern Democrat, Southern South, really starts when you hit like right outside of Houston, like Beaumont, and then from then on, Beaumont, Biter, or the KKK has the largest, like the main chapter, and then Orange, and then you hit Louisiana. That's the real South.
I'm only
Mobile.
laughing because it's probably true.
Mobile's not true when you drive through it, but there's an old saying, Mobile, strange fruit hang off them there trees.
Yeah.
But it's
But still, I say this. I say make your own decision. Everybody has to make their own. If you decide you want to avoid a state or you want to spend a lot of time or money driving around a state, I totally back you up. If you say, I'm going to go through it, I'm going to spend as little as possible, I back you up. If you say, I'm going to go there because they have National Park X or something else that I want to see, and I don't agree with the gun laws, but hey, whatever. Okay, I still back you. So no matter which of the three decisions you make, I'm supportive. I'm just not going to be a hypocrite. That's all.
Yeah, I've never really had a problem. I've never even gotten pulled over since I've owned a gun, and since I've been carrying.
Last time I got pulled over, I was pissed off the cop didn't want to see my gun.
So you're like that guy.
No, so I went to my buddy's house. He sold me an Enfield that was sporterized, and I brought it back to him because he said, bring it back and we'll put some sling swivels on it. So he lives out in BFE, and I drove out to his place, and we stayed there all night long. And he's drinking and talking and drinking and talking, and I won't drink because I've got a firearm in the vehicle. It's unloaded. I have no ammunition at all. I'm not concealed carrying anything, but I've got a rifle in a case in the back of the vehicle. Plus I'm driving. I don't drink and drive. I just don't.
Plus, he's at home.
Yeah, he's at home. He ain't got nowhere to go, and it's like so. How it is. You keep talking. Before you know it, it's midnight. So it's like 12:30. I'm driving through this tiny hick town. I've only been through there a couple times. I'm tired, and I'm listening to gun channels on my phone, and I'm fumbling with my earbuds. And I get to the red light, and it turns green, and I'm driving through, and I don't have both hands on the wheel, and cop pulls me over. I'm the only vehicle in town. It's 12:30. They have to do so many stops per hour. They call them contacts in order to justify their overtime. It's all on the dash cam, blah, 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 right? She comes out, she checks my stuff and blah, blah. And I let her know, ma'am, I want to let you know I have a rifle in the case in the back seat. I have no ammunition in the vehicle. She didn't want to search my vehicle. She didn't want to look at the rifle. She didn't want nothing. She didn't want no paperwork. She checked all my stuff. I was good to go, and she let me go. And I drove away, and I go, damn, she didn't want to see my gun. And I was mad.
I thought you were going that story like in the last Boy Scout. They're like, officer, sir, see me a problem? Yes, officer, there's a problem. There's too many bullets in this gun. Bam, 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 bam.
No, see, I wanted to pull out a case, go, check this out. It's a nice Enfield, isn't it? And that sort of thing. And she didn't want to see it at all. Well, this one was sporterized, and I typically don't go for sporterized mil-spec rifles, but it's really nice. So I kind of wanted to show it off a little bit, even though it's nothing expensive or extravagant. I mean, all kinds of people have rifles like this. Maybe that's why she didn't care, but yeah, I was all bummed that she didn't want to see it. I wanted to show it off.
Well, see, if she would have done that to me, she would have been my AR in the back, and I look and look at it. There's a collection of women's panties all over the rifle.
Right.
Yeah, then they'd finally would have caught the guy who kept doing panty raids and shit. And,
They're like,
you'd be
sir,
in jail right
step out
now.
of the vehicle. You match the description of somebody we're looking for.
Well, almost. Here, put one of these on your head. Yeah, you're him.
My record is three counts of mopery. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But she was doing her job, and she was very nice. She wasn't rude to me or anything else like that. She checked my license, she checked my registration, she checked my insurance. She wanted to smell my breath. She thought maybe I had had a few drinks. I'm like, no, I got offered drink after drink, but I turned them all down. I said, I can't. I'm driving. I got a long way to get home. I have a firearm in the vehicle. I'm not even screwing around. She wanted to know why I had the firearm, and I said I took it out of my buddy's house where he sold it. He's the guy who sold it to me. He had some sling swivels, and he's going to put them on for me, and that was it. After that, she didn't even care. She didn't want to see it, nothing. She didn't even shine a light in the back seat. So.
She smelled your breath, and she's like, "Oh, my friend, you have halitosis. I'm sorry. It's just."
Yeah. She's probably like,
"Oh God, just let this guy go."
Take your paperwork and get your nasty ass out of my town.
Please stop talking and get out of my town.
Yeah.
That
breath smells like shit. He told me he loved me.
Okay, so the dash cam video made it to YouTube, didn't it?
The breath is not going to buzz it off a shit truck, sir. But I got this one meme up on Facebook. It's hilarious. It is duct tape $2, rope $3, blindfold $150, garbage bags $350. Look on cashier's face, priceless.
Yeah. I would not want to get pulled over. I've heard horror stories about getting pulled over on Indian reservations. I drove through a few Indian reservations pretty fast. But there's nothing out there, so why not?
Unless you do something bad to the Indians, they really don't care. You can come and go and just not stop there, and they don't care.
I guess. Well, there's nothing there. I mean, you drive 60 miles and you don't see nothing. So, why not put it to the floor? But
no, literally, as long as you're not doing anything wrong, they don't care. Just drive through.
Yeah, but if they said, we want to search your vehicle, and they opened the trunk, and I had a rifle in there, and, whatever, which I didn't, but...
They probably won't care.
You tell them, I got some fire water right here, Chief. Here you go.
Yeah.
Right.
No kidding. Well, I've been lucky. I haven't been pulled over out of state.
Squib. If you're ever driving through Indian Reservation, man, and you're hauling ass and you get pulled over, cop comes up, you just go, hey, look, where's the casino? I just got my paycheck. He'll point you in the right direction. You go that way for a while, and you just keep doing that. And if that's the problem. If you pass it, and then they freaking pull you over, man, I just lost my entire paycheck. They'll be like, yeah, see you later. Get out of here. See you next time you come by.
See, that's the problem, Heavy. We have Indian casinos in Michigan, so my wife knows about them, but I think she thinks they're only in Michigan. I don't want to go to the casinos over there.
It's not about going to the casinos. It's about telling
them. No,
them
because if the cop tells them, if the cop says, well, sir, the casino's down the road 5 miles and then hang a right, she's going to go, woo, let's go to the casino.
Oh, that's when you look at your wife after you leave and you say, look, honey, that was to get out of a ticket. We're not going to the casino.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Half that money's hers. We're going to the casino. So
I went to the Kickapoo here in Eagle Pass about a year ago. My wife went, and I was wearing my gun. I had it inside the waistband. And again, as soon as you walk in, they have one of those signs that says no guns allowed. But I'm like, again, it wasn't properly formatted, but you're on reservation land. They have their own laws. So I'm like, oh, shit. I'm just going to keep it, dropped it in the safe, left it in there. Mind you, I was wearing my Maxpedition jumbo verse bag or whatever it is. And every time I went to the casino floor, they were like, sir, you need to check your bag, please. I'm not stupid enough to have it here. Come on now.
Edge, the first problem you had was you weren't wearing the badge on your belt that says I'm Edge.
I don't need to, dude.
No, okay, don't lie. You've got a belt. You've got a badge. You either wear it on your belt or you have a flip wallet.
No. It's his belt buckle.
Exactly. Dude, I'm like, hey, you're my people, and I start doing, and they get pissed off, and I'm like, God. You're
And
my
then
people.
you go, and then
I
you get all mad and you go, but I'm Edge. And then they start laughing and everything's okay.
Yeah,
Hey,
everything's
listen.
okay. They're like, let this guy in. Let
Get
this
this
guy
shit out of the way. Let's go to YouTube right now. All right. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, man, if they run you. I mean, I was talking to my wife. I wouldn't be, not like I'm fucking anybody, but I wouldn't be surprised if they fucking have the video software that they have, if they run you against YouTube to see what if you have any activity or social media, to see if you have activity like shit like that they probably looked up.
Yeah, and security goes, look at this clown. Yeah, let him in. We'll take his money. So.
Well, David, they watch my videos. They know I don't got any money, so. You know.
Then they just kick you out. They're like, ah, fuck it. He ain't got no cash.
Yeah, that's the other option. Is they go, shit, look at this poor guy.
Oh, what they do is they comp you with some free gaming, right? Then you game until you lose and you leave. But then you got that bug. So next time you get paid, you come in there and you spend your money.
The worst thing you can do in Vegas or any casino is win, because then you get some balls on you. And if you lose, you're just like, oh, fuck it, I lost $80. I can live with that. Like the last time I went, I said I'm going to spend $100 and that's it. And that's all I pretty much spent, you know, because at that Kickapoo, they only give you free sodas. They don't give you free drinks.
Yeah, that's the thing. See, the cop would say, if you go down the road 5 miles and hang a right, there's our casino. Good luck, sir, and send us on our way. And I'd be like, honey, I only did that so we can get a ticket. She'd be like, oh, hell no, we're going to the casino. We get in the casino. She puts $20 in the machine. She looks left. She looks right. She goes, where's the freaking cocktail waitress? Honey, they don't have those here. It's only in Las Vegas. She'd cash out. Let's go. So I would have a reprieve. So, yeah, okay, I'll do that.
No. What you do is the cop tells you go down 5 miles and make a right. And you take off. She's like, yeah, let's go to the casino. And then you pass the turn. And then she goes, hey, there's a turn back there. Oh, I forgot. And you just keep going.
Yeah, and you know what? You don't do that. She would, because she'd be like, you're so stupid, you would forget.
I got kicked out.
That's true.
I pulled an MPH. All right, boys, the whores are on me. And they heard that shit and kicked us out. That's a Harold and Kumar reference.
You, sir, are no Neil Patrick Harris.
You're
That's
not.
right.
No.
Whores are on me, boys.
However, it is something to aspire to.
Well, if you brand the whore, man, you know, you might cross the line, but you made it yours too.
Yeah.
What the fuck did I come back to?
You don't want to know.
I've heard more than one person say that or type that.
I'm gonna bail. I'm gonna go watch Yankees show. I'll be back.
Why would you subject yourself to that torture?
So, I don't know, because I want to.
Must be Cal.
Okay.
I'll be in bed by then, but yeah, I'm not gonna bother you for. I'm not gonna try to weasel a link on the Friday night sites because I'll be hurting my back listening to Lace tomorrow for gun money.
Tomorrow, I think I'm going to my mom's birthday at a bar, so we're gonna. I don't know if I'll be hosting or not.
Oh, you're not doing it?
Well, you didn't do one last week.
Oh, because there's a damn AR deal. I was like, what am I? The crickets are gonna fucking chat with me. I said, well, I'll let them out.
I stayed up, and then you're like, fuck it, So.
Well, email us. It's not like my email is not out there for you to go and just, hey.
I sent you like 3 or 4 emails, so somebody would have emailed you.
Yeah, you're the only one who emailed. That's the
Did you
problem.
even look at them? Did you even look at them?
I did. I sent them exactly to Smeggy.
Okay. Oh, you sent him the pictures of the gun show. You sent him the picture of the Smeggy sighting, and then you sent him the picture going, I thought of 4 questions, but they all sucked, so I didn't give them to you.
No, I didn't send him that one. I just sent him the picture of the gun show and the picture of Smeggy.
I rethought the questions, and I'm like, okay, how can I make these questions suck less?
Well, they sucked pretty bad, so we'll go over them next week.
So I had a suggestion for hit or miss, but it sucked too. And I'm like, and the only reason it sucked is this: it would require you and Smeggy to actually like do some research and show prep.
Oh shit! Yeah, we can't have that.
It'd be like, this suggestion has been rejected.
I got a serious question, man, because tomorrow is rodeo day at work, and I've threatened to only walk in with chaps and my cowboy hat. And
only chaps in a cowboy hat. That's the problem.
And You know, I told him, hey, I'm not going to manscape. The Mohawk's going to be live in the rear. But
Edge, don't lie. Edge,
can't
you
pull
wear
that
a
off.
Merkin, don't you?
I was like, you know, I might do some corn rolls, but that might hurt when I take shit.
Okay, I think that's enough.
Night Strike, he has a Night Strike. Edge probably wears a Merkin.
No, I think Edge wears synthetic.
A Merkin can be synthetic. You're gonna Google that shit right now and then be grossed out.
It depends on what side of Texas he's from.
No, he's from the east. Oh, I'm sorry. He says he's from the south side. He's from the east side.
South Texas. Shit, East Texas? Hell no. I can't even pull that draw.
You know, you're more like central. San Antonio's like, well, it's not smack dab in the middle, but it's okay. It's south central. I'll give you south if you say south central.
Well, I mean, it's because it's a big ass state. You put Texas.
San Antonio is more like the deep in the heart of Texas. You know, we're talking Alamo territory.
Right.
Yeah, which that would be. I'd rather go to Gonzales than Alamo if I could only go to one, but I'd like to go to both.
Gonzales is nice, but those smaller towns in Texas, like Kerrville and so on, they like the town, the whole city looks at you odd. Like when you go eat somewhere, if they know you're not from there, and they pick that up real quick. They're like,
If I could do San Jacinto, San Antonio, and Gonzales on a trip, on a vacation, I think my family would really like that, because you know those are the three big ones for the revolution.
Seguin's got some history as well.
What's that?
Seguin.
Seguin.
Seguin, I believe.
Oh, okay. All right. Yep. If you throw a little Spanish in there, it makes sense. All right, got it.
But yeah, Seguin's got some history.
Okay, okay. You want to throw some Spanish in there? El Seguin.
And that's not like that.
El Seguin.
What's funny is San Antonio.
Night Strike, you should have picked up some Spanish living in Arizona.
I did. That was a joke.
¿Dónde está el baño, por favor?
¿Dónde está
in the back?
Yes.
Yes. Where is the bathroom, please?
¿Dónde está G-Webs?
Lord knows. Lord knows, but probably somewhere in Tucson.
They're like free ice cream. Gratis nieve. Nieve gratis.
I know some Spanish, but not enough to hold a conversation.
Well, I learned it the hard way. I assimilated. So there you go.
You are Spanish.
What the assimilated? That is about the most ass backwards thing. You got roots, man.
I didn't. My parents spoke Spanish around me all the time. It's like it's odd, man. I don't have an explanation for it, but me and my wife are the same way when we talk. My daughter's learning Spanish in school, but we didn't teach it to her because we didn't grow up with her speaking it.
Okay, Edge's Spanish is macho man.
Well, I mean, after like 2 years, it started rubbing on, you know, to me, and I just learned it, and then got corrected all the time speaking it. But I can converse in Spanish. You know, I won't be a diplomat, but I can carry a conversation.
Yeah, I can't carry
It could be a valuable skill.
No, it is for sure. It helped me greatly when I was in sales because, you know, I'd approach some nationals from Mexico and you go up to me like, hey, how you doing? You know, I'm so-and-so. Anything I can help you with? They're like, no. Okay, we're okay. And then I tell them, hey, si le gustaría, me llamo, necesita ayuda, por favor, pregúntame, aquí estoy. And then they're like, oh, habla español. Gracias, ven para acá. Come here, young man. Help me. And I'm like, okay. And then people will get pissed, like the other people. Fuck, it sucks, man. You fucking make it so to speak Spanish. I go, hey, dude, you got to know the fucking lingo. I go, you know, if you lived in Crowdtown, New Braunfels, you'd have to, I'm sure, you know, German would come in handy.
No. Edge, despacio, por favor. You say it so fast, which is the nature of speaking Mexican Spanish or Central American Spanish or South American Spanish, more so than Spain Spanish, although they do speak it.
Oh, they have like 6 dialects.
I took 2 years of Spanish in high school. Hace 2 años que yo estudio español en la escuela secundaria. However, I didn't use it until I went to Spain 2 times in the military to speak with Spanish military officers, and I could say very little. But when I was in high school, I knew I was going to enlist in the military. So I got a couple books, and I learned some military terms, and it came in handy when I was over in Rota. However, after that, I only used it a few times to translate some customs documents, and I really didn't use it. And I've forgotten more than I used to know.
Well, no, my tia Merchi, who lives, my uncle lives in Spain. He lives in Vigo. He married a woman in Spain. He's an executive, an oil executive, a long time ago, and he with Unaroyal, he ended up traveling to Europe on business, and he met that woman, and he decided to live there the rest of his life, like in the early 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And lived there ever since. And his wife, you will know. I agree with you because like Spanish, when I watch like the news or whatever, or I ever catch it, whatever change in channel you catch it, and like la tarde la noticia va a ser la próxima tarde. I can't understand it. It's too fast.
Because it's so fast. It's so fast. Yeah.
Well, my tia Merchi, she fucking speaks fucking like a jackhammer, dude. And I remember one time I met a customer and she had the same dialect and accent, and I asked her, "¿Tú usted es España?" Sí, ¿cómo sabías? ¿Cómo sabes? I go, no, usted se me acuerdo de mi tía Merchi. She's like, ¿y dónde es ella? De Vigo. Sí. And she's like, and I told her that wasn't a compliment though. It wasn't a compliment saying you sound like the Merchi. She's annoying and a very rude person, a very outspoken person that only typically either compliments or insults you, never in between. Last time she saw me, she was telling me how fat I was. I'm gonna die, and I was like, well, "Thank you. I haven't seen you in 4 years, so happy Thanksgiving."
Edge, think about it like this: that Spanish says this. It's difficult to understand, and it's spoken very fast, and it's really it might even be slightly annoying. But Night Strike stayed on to listen to you go rather than to go listen to Yankee. So what does that say?
Yankee can do shit, but
it tells you that I'd rather listen to your Spanish bullshit than listen to liberal bullshit.
I just had to do it. I had to push that button. So
I don't care. I'm good like that. But I will tell you this: I've always been fascinated with people that they claim that they're pretty out there on the brain pan, intelligence-wise, intellects. But I asked them, how many languages do you speak? One. And you've never even thought about learning a second language? No. How many instruments do you play? None. And I go,
I work for a company, a French company, and we have factories and technical centers all over the world. So we have people in countries all over the world. And because I work at the Technical Center for North America, we have people from all over the world working where I'm at, and they speak 2 or 3 languages. And one of our employees I used to work with, she was a translator, and I used to tell her how I thought that being able to speak more than one language was a good sign of intelligence. And she said, no, not really. Anybody can learn another language. And I thought, maybe she's taken for granted how fluent she is, because it's not just about being able to understand the words or understand what you're saying, but match the inflection. You know what I mean, Edge?
Well, I mean, in a survival skill, I mean, that's the way I learned the language. I chose to learn it. I accepted. I fought it for like years. So I was like, it's not my thing. I don't really care.
But if you spoke Spanish real slow, but if you were like, pero su hablar el español despacio, right away they'd know, okay, this guy is talking slow and he's mixing his words up and he's not getting his conjugation correct and blah, blah, blah. He's not Latino, right? Whereas if you go, they'll go, oh, he's a homeboy, And so, I mean, there's something to be said about matching an inflection or a dialect or something like that. That is skill. So I think it is intelligent.
I got shit once from a customer, and I used to sell cars because he's an international from Mexico, and so they call the people that come visit, from Mexico that have money. And I was like, okay, and I told him, dispénsame por favor, porque mi español no está. No hablo muy bien. Si le ofendo, por favor, dispénsame. No soy siendo arrede. And then he gives me a bunch of shit. You know exactly what the fuck you're saying, doesn't in Spanish. You know exactly what the fuck you're saying. Don't be trying to fucking con me. And I'm like, all right, dude, just giving you the heads up, bro.
You said you said understand, you said no, you said please, you said I was able to pick stuff out of there, and you were speaking fast, not as fast as I've heard it, but faster than I can say it, and I was able to pick that out of it going, okay, this guy's trying to explain to the guy that, please, I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't understand Spanish very good.
I don't
right?
speak.
That's what you're trying to say.
I can't articulate myself well in Spanish. Basically, I was telling him, so please do not get, if I offend you, it's nothing personal. It's just my lack of vocabulary.
Right.
And
so see, this shows my level, your level, and your customer's level, right? It's 3 different levels, and right away he could pick out something. And if I tried to repeat back to you, you're obviously going, dude, this motherfucker don't speak Spanish, right? So there's the different, and I mean, how can you not say that's intelligence, right?
I agree. No, because I mean, there's people. German's not easy to pick up. I know some guys that spent some time in Germany and they learned the lingo when they were in the service, in the Army and Air Force. But unfortunately, if you don't converse with people in that particular language, you lose it. And it's like, when my son was.
That's not entirely true. That's not entirely true. If you watch like German movies, you'll still keep it.
Are you watching German movies, Night Strike?
I might watch a German movie here and there just because the factor that some of their movies are hilarious.
Night Strike,
Because
if you're
it's so
watching
bad.
German movies, you really, really need... Yeah.
I know a little German too, okay?
So, okay,
I
say
know-
something in German. Say something
I
in
know-
German.
I know a little Mexican. His name's Raymond.
There we go.
Say a phrase in German, Night Strike.
Like what?
Anything.
In
Any
Shi-
phrase that comes to your head.
Scheißenstrudel.
Like I could say, me llamo Diego.
All right. I'm trying to think of something.
Scheisse das Fenster?
You shut your mouth.
Oh, see, I said something. There's a difference between halt or I'll shoot or halt or I'll shit, but it's only by like one syllable.
Scheisse is shit. Don't.
Yeah, okay. So see, I said halt or I'll shit.
Whenever I mean I speak German, I just say
It's either Scheissen das Fenster or Schießen das Fenster, right?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch and well, what else?
Scheißenstrudel. Talk shit on your strudel.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I can speak a
wait.
little. I didn't say I'm great at it, and I really don't like to speak it because I can't always pronounce some of the words.
Oh, come on. All right. I'm going to tell Edge something. Basa Inferno.
You're going to hell.
See? I just told him to go to hell.
I know what that one means, too.
Okay. So you got to have some good... All right.
Ex-Jason Fairness.
I don't know.
Oh, no, don't do the Latin shit, man. That's just going too deep. That's just
What's
going
the
too deep. What?
Ex-Jason Fairness. Go to hell.
Oh, in Latin. Okay. You want to know
I'm
how
not
to
very
say...
good at Latin.
How about...
Which is funny because I should be, considering I'm Roman Catholic.
I studied a little.
Wait a minute. You go to church, but you don't have to really understand what they're saying up there when they're going,
You don't until you go to church, for Christmas mass, and they do it all in fucking Latin.
Yeah, mi culpa. My fault.
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, mea culpa. That's in French.
Christy.
Yeah.
The body of Christ.
But now, Ed, you have to admit, if you understand Latin, then you understand some German, you understand some Spanish, some Italian, some French, some English.
Well, actually, no. Here's the thing: if you understand some Spanish, some of the words are the same in Italian as well.
Yeah.
So you
Bastardo.
not a lot.
Now hold up.
Not a lot of words, but some of them are.
In English, the Marine Corps motto is always faithful. In Spanish, it's siempre fiel. Okay, fiel may be faithful, but siempre, always, not even close.
Well, faith in Spanish is fe. I know that. But it might be as a plural or forget the fucking term. It could be different. You know what's funny in Spanish? I want to tell you guys. Guess what the word for handcuffs is in Spanish? The actual word.
Esposas. And what's the same word for wife?
Your wife.
Yes. Yes.
Uh,
Handcuffs and wipes is the same word in Spanish. At least in Mexican Spanish. I don't know if it's Spain Spanish.
it's
Oh, and
different.
another thing, Edge,
It's-
Portuguese. Some
it's-
Portuguese and some Spanish are the same.
Well, my uncle tells me
Well,
this. Well,
Technically,
his-
Portuguese is a bastardization of Spanish.
Well, that's exactly what my uncle said when he told me because when I hear people speak Portuguese, I've heard them. It's a mushy language. You hear "jul," and then it's just this never-ending like mush. And then I asked him about it. He goes, basically, it's a bastard Spanish. I go, really? I go, wow.
Now,
And-
wait a minute, though. But here's the difference, though. Portugal Portuguese is different than Brazilian Portuguese. More so, in my opinion. Strictly in my opinion.
I've never
Spanish-
been abroad, so I respect your opinion more than mine.
Well, I have spoke Portuguese with somebody from Brazil. However, even though I've been on the Iberian Peninsula, I've never spoke Portugal Portuguese with somebody from Portugal. And even though I work for an international company that has factories in Portugal, I have never spoke with somebody. Well, no, I did speak with this Portuguese chick in Canada once. Yeah. Yeah, but it's slightly different well, I shouldn't say it's somewhat different in Brazil, because they've got influences from other cultures in Brazil, whereas in Portugal they do not. But some words translate over, so some nouns and some verbs translate, and then there's other things that are just totally off. So if you can speak Spanish, it may be an advantage in a few other countries.
Well, like in Spain, like we were talking about the different words. My uncle were having a dinner once, and he was telling me, like in Mexican dialect Spanish, a lot of people say, when they say "fuck your mother," they say "chinga tu madre." In Spain, they say "te cago tu madre," I'll shit on your mother. You take it one step higher, and because they don't fuck around over there. And then the other thing is little words like cigarro, which is a cigarette. In Mexican dialect, they call it tabaco. It's a tabaco. Also, like the word culo in Mexican.
Cuyo, right?
Culo. What they call culo in Mexican dialect.
Two L's. Two L's.
Culo. No, culo means your ass.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
Besa me cuyo.
yeah, but culo is considered a foul word. It's not an accepted word. A word when you talk to somebody in a nice conversation. In Spain, culo is a perfectly acceptable word. That means you hit me in the butt. That's,
okay. All right.
Yeah. Like,
it's
if I was,
between ass and derriere or something.
yeah, it's like if I was talking, I'd say, "Hey, me pegaste en las nalgas," which means your rear end in Spanish. In the Mexican dialect, but over there, culo is the word to use, and it's just like, okay, this is the odd differences in the dialect and so on.
So
and
once again, we go back to, this doesn't take intelligence. Hell yes, it takes intelligence.
And then you hang out with Dominicans and Puerto Ricans. Oh my God, coño, carajo, coño, coño, and what basically coño and carajo are the genitalias, and that's what they use when they're talking. It's fucking weird.
But in Mexican, isn't it teste?
No, essays are more of a slang. That just means you know what? All the time in Laredo, I've heard people use the word essay, essay, carmala, hey, essay, calm down. But it's more of a term of endearment amongst like friends or from the hood. It's not like people in LA use that a lot. Essay, they call each other essay all the time.
Not essay, no, teste with a T, teste.
Say again?
Teste. No?
Jefe. Jefe is used. Jefe means your
Like
your
testicles. No,
Oh.
not jefe. No, not like boss or whatnot or whatever.
testicles or huevos. What do they call them?
Yeah, no, I thought you were talking about gonads.
Well, that's what they talk about. That's what I understand. My uncle's telling me that when they use coño and carajo,
Yeah, coño. Yeah.
they're talking. It's basically the two genitalias is what they're saying. So when they say coño, you're talking to another friend, and you're like, it's just the way they talk. Like the Puerto Ricans don't use R's. The R's are L's. So your name's like Javier. It's Javier. That's the way they pronounce it. It's just a bunch of shit when you get into it, realistically. But it's interesting, and like I agree that knowing these languages, because it's not easy for some of them to learn English and become proficient in it. More like Sweden and all those other countries, they have to learn English. It's one of the first languages they learn on top of their language. They have to be fluent in both.
Yeah, the only thing I know how to say in Swedish is thank you and you're welcome. That's it.
Don't know shit in Sweden.
The only Swedish I know is "Du har en liten snopp."
Which is?
You have a small penis.
This guy can't speak any German, but suddenly he just comes out with a Swedish phrase.
I know a little Japanese. I know.
Okay, Night Strike, we were talking about saving
You
knives
want some
and
German?
heavy
Okay,
duty. You
ich
need to come out there.
heiße Michael. My name is Michael in German. There you go.
Nan desu ka? Konnichiwa, mushi mushi.
You're not even speaking
Mushi
Japanese.
is what you say when you answer the damn phone. Don't even. Now, I was born in Japan, damn it.
Nan desu ka? What's up?
Yep.
Konnichiwa, I speak Japanese. Jay, answer the phone.
Yeah, that's about it. I know Mushi Mushi and Kawaii Boy-san. That's it. Yeah. Kamikaze means divine win. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I used to make fun of my father when we were kids. My father, it's funny when you watch the Japanese movies and when they talk in Japanese and you hear them, it's a very, very stern language. Unlike Chinese, there's a lot of long-winded wah wah and so on. But the Japanese are like on a strong man.
What, Squib? You didn't say itadakimasu at the dinner table?
Do I get a happy ending?
No, that means thanks for the food, I think.
I used to make fun of my father because my father sounded like he spoke Japanese.
Here's the thing about Japanese. I think, or any Asian. Well,
I don't like Japanese.
Any Asian language that uses those characters that I can't remember what they're called.
Hiragana.
That might be it. I would think
There's
it might be easier. It might be easier to learn how to speak it than to write it. Whereas with Spanish, I can write it or read it better than I can speak it.
Okay, you know what? You got a leg up on me because I can read Spanish, but I have to pronunciate it, and then pronounce it, and then I'm like reading the word. Oh, okay. I never learned to read or write, but I can't write it at all. My wife can, I can't, and I can speak it.
Maybe when I read it and write it, I slow it down. Maybe that's it.
I've never given this shit to try, so I was like, yeah, you know what? I don't need to write it. I'm not gonna, publish articles or do a blog in Spanish, But it's been interesting. Like when I was on school, I was there and I listen when people ask me questions. I converse, and then they were like, cool, and they're like, you speak Spanish well. And I'm like, well, I converse, but I'm not as well as them, obviously, because I could only really just respond. I didn't really articulate conversations.
I still think it's a skill. I still think it shows intelligence, and you could use it as a survival technique if necessary.
My favorite movies I saw where Spanish was kind of cool. I think I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Was that movie Toy Soldiers? I don't know if you remember that movie where these Cuban terrorists.
Oh, God, Lord. Good Lord. No, that's a bad movie.
It was funny, though, and I liked it. But I'm not saying it's the best movie ever. But there's this one part where Cuban guy's going through all the rich kids and trying to inventory them, who they are. And then he's like, hey, Montoya. Yeah. Do you speak Spanish, Montoya? No, not really. He's like, sácala para afuera, métele un balazo en la cabeza. And he's like, no. What's wrong, Montoya? Don't you speak Spanish? And he said, take him outside and put a bullet in his head. I was like, he's like, I do a little. It's like, oh. It's your ass, cabrón. Woo. That was funny shit. And I've had people around me, they pass me for Anglo or white, whatever you want to call it, Caucasian, and they'll talk shit around me sometimes. And then you start talking to them, converse with them, I'm like, oh yeah, I know what you're saying. Or people will freak out when I start talking. I engage them in Spanish. They're like, "Where'd you learn Spanish? You don't have a southern draw or a Hispanic draw or whatever." Motherfucker, I lived in a border town for 9 years.
Yeah, well, I know a little bit of here and there.
My kids speak Spanish because their grandmother did. You know what's funny about my grandmother? She only spoke Spanish, but she understood English. She would you would tell her, "Hey, I'm hungry." She's like, "Ah, tienes hambre." And so on. She
Well,
understood you.
while I know a little German, the issue is when my grandmother decides that she's going to speak Dutch, I have no idea what she's saying.
It's not even close.
Some of the stuff she says is older Dutch because her. I think it was her grandparents were taught her Dutch, and they were immigrants.
Well,
And my grandmother's 95 years old, also.
in German, can't you say "I am a jelly donut"?
That's Ich bin ein Berliner.
Danish?
Yeah.
Danish and Dutch are different, though, right?
Danish and Dutch are different,
The
yes.
Dutch are the Netherlands, and the Danish are Denmark. So yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I just call them all you dirty foreigners and get out of here.
Yeah, it'll be like in the remake of The Thing, John Carpenter's remake, where they're at their place and he's going, "Hey, Swedes," and the guy's going, "No, man, they're Norwegian," and he keeps calling them Swedes. No, man, they're Norwegian.
Yeah, I could if I ever traveled, and I want to travel one of these days, fluidly. I freak out when I went to Norway or somewhere, and I see some of the fare that you see on TV that they give, or just fucking cold fishes on your plate, and that's dinner. And I'm like, okay, the fuck I'm gonna do with this thing?
So, I went to France, and you can go to Burger King and you can get a beer, but you have to get a large sandwich with every beer. So they got a Whopper. So every beer you get a Whopper, right? So we're trying to get drunk at Burger King, and I'm too cheap to just throw away the sandwich like everybody else. So I'm trying to wolf down Whopper after Whopper after Whopper while trying to down these beers. It didn't work out so well.
They have Big Mac, but
the Royale with cheese.
Royale with
Yes.
cheese.
Yes, it's a cheese Royale.
Yeah, just don't go to India and try and order a Big Mac because they don't have it there.
You're like, here's your rat burger.
They've got the big chicken where instead of beef, they have
I don't
chicken
even want to go to India for the Gahandra Martini Henrys. I'll just have them shipped in.
All you got to remember is one word. You go to India, mother chat.
Classy, Edge. Classy.
You know what?
Get you thrown out of the place.
Night Strike, Edge makes you look respectable.
Edge makes me look respectable. Well, I thanks. I guess that's a compliment.
Yeah, I know you got to process it. Yeah, you got to process that one. Shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have an elaborate plan, but it has absolutely no substance. Smeggy and I come down to South Carolina and get you, Night Strike, and then we drive across the border and we go to the NRA show.
Okay.
I think Smeggy's gonna melt, unless you got Yeti.
Well, no. I'll bring my.
I gotta throw him in a Yeti in the trunk.
No, you don't have to throw them in a Yeti. Just throw them in any cooler. I've got a cooler.
Some dry ice.
Yeah. Can you get us some dry ice? I haven't talked to Smeggy about it, only because I can't
Actually,
figure out
because there's one place in town that sells dry ice.
Well, I haven't talked to Smeggy about it yet because I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I would facilitate all this so that neither one of you guys would question me on it. Because I still can't figure that out.
You tell Smeggy when I meet him, I'm gonna make him a Turkish snow cone.
Why?
Because I'm that guy.
I don't know. He might look down on you and drive you into the ground like a Job spike or something. But
No. I got
you
that
might have to go to a chiropractor to fix your neck.
He has magic snow. I got Texas piss.
Oh, and I almost choked on my Michigan beers. Ooh, what?
I'm glad I
Texas-
already ate.
Texas piss.
No, because tomorrow I'm showing up in my birthday suit and then chaps and my cowboy hat.
Oh hell, here we go with the Gun Channel's swimsuit calendar again.
Manscaping is on.
Yeah.
The problem is with the Gun Channel swimsuit calendar is we'll have to end up paying people to take them.
Yeah, like, okay, buddy, here's your membership and $20 for the calendar. Thank you.
And Squib, I say that because I've seen Edge on camera. Edge is not a small man.
I'm a handsome man. Yes.
I see his picture, his silhouette. I don't know if he's putting that
That's
out
only
there.
half of them.
Oh wow.
And now, I mean, I was about 240 back then.
That's
Oh,
only
wow.
half of you right now.
So if I stood between the two of you, I would look thin.
Well, that's what they say. You want to look thin, hang out with fat people.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but you guys know where all the good places to eat, so.
I'm only 250, all right?
I'm 240,
Okay, well, how tall are both of you?
5'11".
5'9", 5'10", I think.
I'm man size.
6 foot 220.
See, my dad was 6 foot, then he shrunk.
See, if I lost 20 pounds, I'd look normal.
I'd like to lose weight, but the problem is I like to eat.
See, I like to drink, so.
Yeah, the best weight loss plan is called quitting eating. So, I don't know. What if you? Okay, you can't open carry your AK, can you?
In what state?
In your state?
No.
Shit, because I was gonna say sling the AK and jog.
Yeah, no.
That would you? I'm telling you that we used to sling our rifles and jog in the military, so it's good exercise. No, but anyhow, the holes in my plan to have the Michigan crew come down and get the South Carolina crew and go to Georgia is we'd stop at every damn gun store on the way and run broke before we got to you.
Well, there's only like I don't know, depending on which route you took. I mean, if you came in through North Carolina.
Actually, I was thinking about we could go through Ohio to West Virginia, stop where Yankee grew up in Point Pleasant, so I could show Smeggy the Mothman statue, and then we could go from there. But the problem is, once we got to the border, we'd hit the first Palmetto State Armory, and from that point, it'd be like, dude, you're on your own because we're out of money. As a matter of fact, could you float us a few to get back to Michigan? Because
Absolutely not. No, but here's what I'm saying. If you look at the way the roads are,
yeah,
probably coming straight from North Carolina through Charlotte and going down I-95 towards Georgia. You know,
wait, wouldn't we if we come down through Charlotte, we'd be on.
Here, let me pull up the map, all right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think because you come down through Charlotte and then you come down to what is it like 26 or something, and then come down to Charleston. Yeah, let me.
You only go on to 26 if you want to go into Charleston. I'm not in Charleston. I'm off of I-95.
Yeah, but you're close enough. I mean,
no,
it's the same
you don't have to go.
The same thing as going to Hilton Head.
What you have to do is you got to build your confidence in the morning. Stare yourself in the mirror butt naked and say, I am a sexy bitch. And then that's how you just proceed with your day.
I know I am, but you, Edge, that's questionable.
No, sir. I'm God damn, God, would everything pretty would have kept it for himself.
All I'm saying is I've done this drive by myself.
Yeah, you'd have to go. You have to go down.
36
go
hours. I've driven to Hilton Head and back to Michigan in 36 hours. So.
Yeah, you'd have to go through Hilton Head, not Hilton Head, but Charlotte through down 77.
Yeah, there we go. Yep, and then
you would take. I I think you would take 26.
26.
Yeah, you take 26 to 95, and then you
Now,
go
then we go down to
95
Savannah.
straight through Savannah, and then take
We take what is this? Something other back
you
through
want to
Mason,
take six.
through Macon.
Basically, if we go down through Savannah, we take 16 all the way into
Atlanta.
Macon, and then
Okay.
go 75 all the way into Atlanta.
Right. Now, at some point, we have to go to Moss, Gun, and Pawn. Just have to. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know where they are.
Oh, they're right. They're south of Atlanta.
They're South Atlanta. That might be something to do on the way there.
Yeah. The thing is, I can't figure out how to make this work. So I haven't bothered Smeggy about it because I'm still trying to.
I mean, I've been talking to my brother, and he went to high school in Georgia, so me and him are thinking we may just go on the trip, and I may just get him to go anyways, though he doesn't like guns too much.
How can he be related to you?
I don't know. He's not anti-gun, but the issue is, he doesn't like spending money.
Oh yeah, and that's definitely something that. I mean, hotel, food, gas, rental car, whatever you want to call it. When we were at
probably take one of our cars if we drove to Georgia.
When we were at the gun show a week ago, I asked Smeggy. I said, "All right, see the room we're in. How much bigger is the NRA show?" And he was trying to describe how much bigger it was, but he was also explaining how big some of the really big booths are, and it's pretty impressive. So.
And you won't find a Palmetto State Armory if you go through. Let's see the map. If you go from West Virginia, through Virginia, down through North Carolina, into South Carolina, you won't find a Palmetto State Armory unless you go straight into Columbia.
I thought there was one on the border somewhere on the west side, though.
There's one in Greenville.
Yeah. Oh shit, yeah, that is kind of far away.
Greenville and Columbia, but there's not. But the route we're talking, there's not one on that route.
Oh, now wait a minute. We could pick you up, and then we could go to the one in where the heck?
The one nearest me is Somerville.
I'm pretty sure
that's the one I go to. There is one further down if you want to go to Ridgeland, down 95 on the way towards Savannah. Yeah. There's one in Ridgeland. Yeah, I don't go to that one often. I haven't been that one in about a year or two. So
it's got a range.
It does.
We can go to Ridgeland, and then we could zip on up. And yeah, the only thing is, I'm there. I'm looking at the money, and I'm looking at all of it. I'm going, So I've got this scheme in my head, but I have absolutely no way to facilitate it. So.
Well, talk to Smeggy.
Sure this is you in the video right here I posted.
I don't want to edge. I know you. I am not clicking that video.
There's probably a speedo involved. I don't want to see it.
Nothing grotesque about it.
It's you. I'm not putting anything past you.
No, it's you. I think I do. Right? Anybody pull a move like that? I'm like, God damn.
No, I don't pull off any moves at all.
Fucking outrun the ground crew and drinking a beer and jump on some dude's plane and take off.
Wait a minute. Edge, this is Facebook.
Yeah.
I don't frickin' Facebook.
I do. I'm just not clicking on it.
Yeah, but you're not Night Strike on Facebook.
Oh, yes, I am.
For real?
I totally am fucking Night Strike on Facebook.
With a Y?
With a Y.
Oh, we got to work on you.
He's elite.
Yeah, I don't Facebook. I don't Instagram.
Facebook. I don't Instagram.
I don't Twitter. Shit, the most social I get is gun channels.
Who is that? Knock that off.
It's the Echo.
Gotcha.
Edge is sticking his mic up to his speaker.
I would call it speaker.
I will say this. since I've joined gun channels and since I've gotten online, I would say it's more beneficial to me than detrimental. Now, somewhere down the road, something may happen. I might go, why did I do that? But I've met people, I've talked to people, I've had a good time. It's a lot of fun. I've learned stuff other than gun stuff that's been useful.
You know that why did I do that? I have that. I feel that same way every time I join an Edge chat.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean there are certain things that I mean somebody could, I don't know, figure out something and say, oh well, see, he's on a gun social media website, so he's dangerous. Even though the people that know me well know that I'm into guns and know that I'm the person they want when the shit hits the fan. Otherwise, I'm not a threat. It's the quiet person that's a threat. But
I still say you're dangerous.
Only to like terrorists. You know.
You're still a Marine, so you're still dangerous.
Yeah, maybe to myself if I, get hurt fixing something, but I tend to. You know what? You leave me alone, I leave you alone.
Well, you remember what I said. You're still a Marine because the acting order of the guy, the general in charge of the Marines says
the commandant.
The commandant says you're never an ex-Marine. You're always a Marine until you die.
Okay, I'm gonna say this for the first time online. Somebody record this shit. I am not an ex-Marine. I am not a former Marine. All of you Marines, active, reserve, or otherwise, listen, you are a formerly active duty or formerly reserve duty Marine. You are not an ex-Marine. You are not a former Marine. You are a Marine for life. And you shitbirds who hated being in the Marine Corps, who bitched and moaned and did everything you could to get demoted while you were in there, you are still my brother. You are still a Marine.
But you're still
you
an
like
asshole.
it or not. Yeah, well, there was a whole bunch of assholes. But I got to tell you, there were guys that I served with that were total assholes that I knew if the shit hit the fan, they had my back. They're my brothers. And despite the fact that we might not have got along at work, they were some of the best damn helicopter mechanics I ever met. And that's just it. You are not an ex-Marine. You are not a former Marine. You are a formerly active duty or formerly reserve duty Marine. You're always a Marine.
They got paid by the Navy.
They got what?
They got paid by the Navy.
You know what? That's actually true, Edge. They call them blue dollars and green dollars. So Navy dollars are blue dollars, Marine dollars are green dollars. When we deployed on a ship, we were on green dollars. We spent money like a motherfucker. When we got back to shore, we're on green dollars. Now all of a sudden we got no money. So when we were on ship, we would buy extra ammunition, buy extra helicopter parts, do whatever. And the Navy didn't care because they brought us along to, go into some third world country and take it over for them. I'm down with that. So, yeah. And, the whole animosity between Navy and Marine Corps, I don't really believe it exists because back in the old days, when the Marine Corps was even smaller than it is today, they brought Navy people on the landing parties. And when they stormed the shores at Tripoli in Libya back in, 1805, there were like 5 Marines and I can't remember how many sailors. And the Navy corpsmen that are with the Marines are the equivalent of an Army medic. They are Navy, but they wear a Marine uniform. They're only Navy that is allowed to wear a Marine uniform, and they are some of the bravest men I have ever met. And I suppose women, if now they let them in combat, I don't know. But I work with some Navy guys that were some real, real professional guys, real technical guys, really smart guys. They joined the Navy for different reasons than we joined the Marines. And some of the Navy guys really wanted to hang with us. And, in my field, at least in ordnance, we never said, no, you can't hang with us. No, we're like, come on, man. What was really cool was we got sent over to a French Army base up in the Alps for like 2 weeks. And there were 2 Navy guys on the ship. They're like, can we go with these guys? And they had requested to go up on the flight deck with us and help us load the aircraft. And normally their job was down in the magazine of the ship, down in the dungeon. They never were allowed to come out and blah, blah, blah. And we let them come up there because they went through the same training we went through, so they knew how to do this stuff. And we'd let them, go hang rocket pods and missiles and load the guns and all that. And we totally trusted them. They had our back. We had their back and all that. And when we were going to do the training, the ship went away to some, I don't know, they were some photo op or something. And they left us in France, and we wanted to take these two guys with us. And they're like, "Hey, we'll check out a couple of M14s from the armory." And I'm like, "Oh man, this is my chance to shoot an M14." And their officer in charge denied them. And we were upset, not really because we didn't get to shoot an M14, but because these two guys were volunteering to work extra and work with us and go out there and work on the aircraft and risk their safety. And if they wanted to come out to this French Army base and train with us, why not? Every skill you can learn in the military may help you at a later point. You never know. I remember I was bitching to some staff sergeant. I called Marine Combat Training, MCT, massive consumption of time. And he goes, "You know what? You say massive consumption of time. You weren't in Iraq. I was in Iraq. And let me tell you about what happened in Iraq." And he told me, and he said, "I work on helicopters, but yet that training I got in the massive consumption of time, you call it, helped save my life when I was in Iraq because we had to fight with our weapons." And at that point, I realized I need to shut my mouth and learn from these veterans because they're not here to put me down. They're here to
about Iraq from the 80s, right?
Yeah, the first Iraq War. And yeah, that's how old I am. Yeah, I'm an old dude. So if these Navy guys went to a French Army base with us and they got issued the cold weather gear and they're out there freezing their ass off in the cold with us and they're out there shooting French machine guns with us and all this other stuff, you go, "Well, that's a waste of money. That's a waste of time." No, it isn't. You don't know where these guys are going to end up, or what if they transition to another branch, because you can jump from branch to branch and they join the Marines or they join the Army or whatever. It's valuable training. And I'm still not happy to this day, obviously, from the way I sound, that these two guys they worked off the clock to work with us, and they wanted to go train with us, and not having them on board ship when they're out there for their photo op wouldn't have changed a damn thing. And I just think it's a shame, because everybody in the military who asks for additional training or an additional experience should get it. You never know when you're going to use that. And out in the civilian world, after you get out, when you meet another veteran and you talk about a similar experience, it's a bonding. And that may be the difference between getting a job or something like that in the civilian world later on in life.
My buddy who's I work with, he's a former, he was a trained Marine sniper and never deployed Marine.
So he's a formerly active duty Marine.
Yeah. Well,
I know that's a lot of words, but formerly active duty.
I just call them Marines. I'm
or a Marine. Yeah.
I don't differ because I never served and I respected what he did. But he was telling me, we were talking about once, and I was telling about my stories when I worked when I was going to vocational school, and the Marines and the Air Force and the Navy, and they're all getting into it back and forth. Like one time, this loud and proud Marine, this guy, they call him Del Rio, he's from Del Rio. He's like, "Yeah, you fucking little girls, we had to do this." And there's a chief from the Navy that was in the class. He's like, and again, that's why I made that comment, not to disparage you or anybody else, but just to say it. He's like, "What did it say, Marine, on your paycheck?" Because he's talking shit about the Navy. What's the other Marine paycheck? What did it say? What did it say?
It says United States Treasury. It doesn't even say. No, it doesn't say that on your. It doesn't say that. Okay, they stopped direct deposit in 1992. Or I should say they started direct deposit in 1992. They stopped sending out paychecks. Now they will give a paper check for certain things, or at least when I was in, they would give paper checks for certain things. I guess it would be the equivalent of an expense report. Okay, but they wanted to get everybody over to direct deposit. But all of my paper checks in the Marine Corps said United States Department of Treasury. Actually, they look like your tax return check. You ever get your check from your federal taxes? That's what my paycheck from the United States military looked like. Nowhere on there did it say Navy or Marine Corps. Nowhere.
Again, I don't have any experience to differ. I believe you. But that's what they were going on back and forth. And I was telling my buddy about it, and he's like, you know what? Let me tell you something, buddy. There are two kinds of people in the Marines. There's guys that are, 1300?
0311, and everybody else is a pogue.
Yeah, and that's what basically he said. He's like, and then the fucking pogues. See, those loud and proud Marines are fucking pogues. Is anybody who's really been there, done that? You know, yeah, they'll hold their own, but they're bragging about it. And those guys that are in were like freaking, you know, that are all loud and proud. You know, they were freaking. This is him saying this, not me. He was like, they're motor pool or, you know, maintenance or, you know,
dash jockeys,
whatever it was.
But what's funny is once you get outside of the grunts, you get certain groups, and they'll call other people within their groups pogues. So we used to call the supply guys pogues, right? We worked on the aircraft, right? So we'd call the supply guys pogues, but really the grunts were calling everybody in the air wing a pogue. You know, so it's different levels of it. Yeah, it's fine. But pogue stands for people other than grunt.
Yeah. Well, it kind of reminds me, not to compare the two, but, you know, when I worked in, you know, I still am an IT guy, but I work in the computer repair business. And if you're a tech, you know, you're a tech. And then, but before you become a tech, even if you are given the position of a tech, they call you a part swapper. Yeah. Hey, look, you're a part swapper. Part swapper. Yeah, go change that part swapper, and it takes you forever to earn the respect of everybody else. Again, not comparing the two, you know, because there's obviously
but that's just it though. Your experience in the military, whether you do 2 years or whether you do 22 years, it's a lot similar in the civilian. You just have to apply different terminology to it, and the things you learn in the military, just how to work within a group or whatnot. I mean, like a budget. The military has a budget, all right? How they use it. Some civilian places do the same thing. Some civilian places don't. But because you learn how to work within your budget that you're given, it could help you in a civilian career. So yeah, by having the different levels within what you were talking about in the IT thing there, it's similar. So no, there's something wrong with that. Probably some military guy started it.
Yawn.
You know, you say yawn, but you know, that's because you didn't do it. I don't think everybody should have to. But if you want to, to anybody out there who's actually listening and going, I don't know, should I join the military or not? If you are a patriot and you are physically capable of doing it, because some people don't get in because of certain physical reasons, which is bullshit, but, you know, if their heart's in it, then that's a guy I want next to me. If you're physically capable and you want to do it and you're young enough, and you say, I don't know, look, you get to a certain point in your life where you pass the age where they will accept you, okay? You never get another chance at it again. Don't ever look back and go, damn, I wish I would have done it. If you're thinking about doing it and you're on the fence, say, you know what, screw it, I'm going to do it. Whether you do it for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever your enlistment is, depending on what branch you join and what MOS you choose, do it, at least do it for the bare minimum. And then you can get out. If you say, no, screw it, I'm going to re-up, fine, re-up. That's your choice. You'll figure that out when you get to that point where you have a choice to get out or re-up. All right? But the whole thing is, for the rest of your life, you can look back and you can say, I did it. I lived the adventure movie. I done shit that they do in some of these freaking movies that some people go, shit, that's a stunt. No, that's what guys in the military do. And I got it all out of my system. And now I can go, yes, I can do anything if I put my mind to it. Have I done everything? No, I haven't done everything. But when I come up to a challenge, I go, okay, this isn't shit compared to what I've done. That's a bond that you have, and it's hard to explain to somebody who isn't a veteran, but it may be the difference between you being the pick for a job or not being the pick for a job. And if you play your cards right, there are certain veteran benefits that follow you for the rest of your life. Now,
hey, Squib.
For what?
I'm not bashing the military. My grandfather was a Korean War veteran, and my uncle was a Desert Storm veteran.
But for all of
and
you there,
Grenada.
for all of you there who were not in the military, I don't have any disrespect for you or nothing. It's just it's hard for me to explain something that you haven't gone through. And there's all kinds of people say, "Thanks for your service. Thanks for your service." I'm one of those guys who doesn't like that. I really don't. First off, I got a paycheck. Secondly, there's a few benefits I have for the rest of my life. And lastly, I wanted to do it. We're not a country where they go, you're now in the military. Those are conscripts. Conscripts do not necessarily make the best military people. Okay, we have a volunteer force. That's one of the things that makes us the best military in the world. But I chose to do that, so you don't have to tell me thank you. It was my pleasure, and I would go back any day. If they called me today, I'd be gone. I'd be there.
I couldn't agree with you more, man. When I worked at this one place, the shop, I was the shop manager for the service department computers. And my dad's a Vietnam veteran, combat veteran. My uncle, my grandpa was Marine combat veteran as well, and so on. And both saw the shit, and so on. And we used to get that, and I would tell somebody, thank you for your service or whatever. But I don't. One thing I don't is call because you served, you're a hero. A hero is a very term when you pulled somebody out of a freaking foxhole and you saved their ass, and you did something heroic. Yeah, you're a hero, but you're not just a hero because you served.
Correct. Correct.
And I used to see a lot of people that would do that. This one guy would come in. Or this whole Vietnam get up from the get go. My dad wears, a Vietnam veteran hat and so on, and he's proud to be a veteran, combat veteran, and so on. But this one guy would come in, and he was always asking for free shit, and I used to call him Soup Kitchen because I fucking told him, dude, look, brother, I don't mind you coming in, you asking, but I'm my friend, I'm not gonna give you what we do for a living for free. We'll give you a discount, we'll help you out, we'll give you a hand up, but we're not gonna give you a handout. And he got offended about it. I'm like, okay, again, I didn't serve, and I respect what you did, but we do this for a living. And like what you did, I don't know, since you served and you got out, I imagine you wanted a paycheck too. So we're doing here, and we're going to help you out. Again, you join whether you're drafted or not. Now it's voluntary service and people to do, and I have nothing but respect for what you do. But again, you got paid, you get a paycheck, you got benefits.
Right.
They're not the best in the world, but. But I'm sorry, you did it,
But Edge, I'm not speaking for all veterans. I'm sure there's somebody listening going, that motherfucker. No, I deserve this and I deserve that. Okay, you know what? That's a difference of opinion, and we're all Americans. We have freedom, so we can have different opinions. I can tell you, when I was a kid growing up, we didn't travel much, but when we did travel, we always stayed at a Econo Lodge. Why? Because they gave a military discount. Nowadays, everybody gets a military discount, so I don't know who does. I don't stay at Econo Lodge anymore, but it's for different reasons. But I will say, I was at an auto parts store, right? And I was buying a front drive shaft for my pickup truck. And I go to pay for it, and I pull up my Navy Federal credit card. And the guy goes, Navy Federal? You in the military? I go, yeah, I'm a Marine. He goes, active duty? I go, no, man, I did that shit like 20 years ago. I'm an old man. And he goes, well, we have a military discount. Okay. He goes, well, I'll give you the military discount. He said, but normally we need to see a military ID card. I said, well, I don't have a military ID card. He goes, well, why not? I go, dude, veterans don't get military ID cards unless they're retirees, and you have to do 20 years or more to be a retiree. He goes, what?
Disabled
okay, there's this civilian myth that everybody in the military gets an ID card for life. No. That they get an M16 issued to them when they leave. No, this is not Switzerland. Okay, I don't know, but I've heard this so many times throughout my life since I've been out, that they think you have an ID card for life, and they think you get to take your rifle home with you, and you don't. And it's some sort of weird civilian myth. So he goes, I'm going to give you and I'm like, I did this stuff 20 years ago. He goes, no, it was a $300 drive shaft. So I got $30 off. So I took it. And then we were at the Grand Canyon, and they wanted $80 a person to get in or something. We were on the reservation. We weren't at the national park. We were at the Indian reservation. And they had a sign that said military discount. And I said, well, what's the military discount? And I forget. It was like $20 off per person. I'm like, well, I was in the military, but I don't have my DD-214. And she goes, I had my short haircut. I still have my short haircut from the military. And she goes, well, you got a short haircut. I'm pretty sure you're not lying, so I'll just give it to you. And I'm like, I felt really uncomfortable. But I'm like, well, there's, 5 of us, so, or there 4 of us. Yeah, okay, fine, I'll take it, right? so there's very few times I've taken the military discount. I don't like doing it. I just don't feel comfortable. These guys that have been in longer than me or had got out recently and stuff like that. Okay, sure, whatever. There's a few times, but I don't go out of my way to take it. Now,
well, if they're offering you a discount, I mean, and that's cool. I mean,
I don't care, but I don't care if somebody does. If somebody denies it or somebody goes out of their way to get it, I don't care either way. It's personal preference. Just sometimes. Now, the state of Michigan did something since I've been to that site at the Grand Canyon, where if you bring in your DD-214 when you go to renew your driver's license, they'll put in red lettering at the bottom of your driver's license, veteran, saying the state of Michigan recognizes that you actually served in the military because you brought in proof. Now I have proof wherever I go. That's great. If the person offers me one, maybe I'll take it, maybe I won't. But, sometimes I feel uncomfortable about that because I just like, kind of like what you're talking about, the difference between a veteran and a hero, right?
Well, see, my father he's 100% disabled veteran, combat veteran, so he has an active military ID that he's afforded to go on the base and get privileges.
Well, he gets the same ID that like a retiree gets.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is it pink?
Yeah.
It's either going to be pink or tan. Yeah. So he gets. Yeah. Okay. Then it's a retiree ID. Yes. And I know guys, or I knew guys that were in their 20s that got injured so bad, and that they got the disabled benefits and they had base access. Yeah. Yeah.
But I get asked all the time because I have a short haircut and I have a USA card, which is mainly assigned to veterans or families of veterans, and I get asked all the time because the attire I wear tack pants and polos to work every day for the most part, and they always ask me when I'm at a restaurant. There's one place that would give it to me no matter what. It was Del Taco would give it to me, and they're like, "Hey, you have a USA card, so you get a 10% discount." And I was like, "Okay, cool," but I would never ask for it. But there's many places where I go to, and they ask me, "Are you a former active military?" I go, "No, ma'am." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, well, you have a USA card?" And I go, "No, I'm afforded that privilege, but I'm not military. I'm never previous military." No, it's distinguish it because I don't qualify, and even if they're offered for free, I never serve, so I don't ask for it or accept it.
You're talking about USAA,
Yeah,
the Army insurance. Yeah, those guys are pricks. Sorry, dude.
I've been a customer for them for almost 10 years, and they've done
Okay, so they told me, they said, "You don't qualify." I go, "How do you figure?" They said, "Well, you did 3 years." I said, "Yes, so what?" "Well, you don't qualify, right?" My dad did 22 years. He's got a chest full of medals. He went to Vietnam. He's a combat veteran. They denied him. So you have it through family, right? So whatever it is, they have certain particular parameters. Right. So in my opinion, now it works out good for you, and you know what? Take advantage of it. You might as well. They probably have a decent insurance rate and stuff like that. But I personally think they're pricks.
Okay, well, I've heard that argument, and I'll tell you, you're right. In the past, they were very, very picky about who they let in. Like, for instance, my father's record of service doesn't exist. He had to prove himself because his records were burnt up in some place in Maryland or somewhere
in the 70s.
Yeah, in the 70s, were his records. When he went to apply for benefits, he had to actually show photos of him in combat and his DD-214 that he kept. Luckily, he kept, and so on. And he had
you can get it if you lose it.
Well, no, it was burnt up.
No. So the Department of Defense has records and backups of records. It's just it's like pulling teeth to get some of that stuff sometimes, but you can get it. But
he had to prove that he had to prove himself that he was better.
You're gonna have to work to get it. You're gonna have to work to get it. Yeah, it's not like you can just make a phone call and be like, "Hey, I'm John Edge. Give me this thing," and they'll be like, "Oh, yes, sir." No, it's like, yeah, you're gonna need this. Yeah, it's something else.
They actually required him to show photos of him, like he has a real cool photo where he's on a PBR boat and he has an M16 with his helmet on, and they're like, because they wouldn't take it for granted they shouldn't, but he had to actually prove to get his benefits. He started 30 years after the war.
See, And you know, I thought instead of there being a picture of Adam Baldwin holding an M60, I should have a picture of me when I was 22 holding an M60. And for my picture here on Gun Channels, and then I'm like, no, I'm an ugly motherfucker. So I didn't. But, you know, that and I don't know, I've got one too many ex-wives. They'd probably look at it and go, oh my goodness, look at him. But, well, no, then again, there's no chicks on this, so whatever. But, you know, in the same sense as the USAA, I'll say the same thing about the VFW. For the longest time, the VFW would not recognize Vietnam vets, which is bullshit. But they had so many World War II vets that their ranks were swollen, and they were like, no, Vietnam wasn't a real war. Excuse me? So that right off the get-go gets me pissed at the VFW. Yeah. I realize it was decades ago, but still.
Did they say the same thing about the Korean War?
Well, no. They said the same thing about any action that wasn't labeled as a war. I went to Bosnia 3 times. I went to Somalia. Okay? They didn't consider that a war. Well, a few years later, when all their World War II and Korean vets died off, and now they're getting Vietnam vets, and those guys are starting to die off, suddenly now Somalia and Bosnia are considered wars because they were conflicts. They were military actions. And I was at the gun show. I was at the gun show I normally go to on the east side there. And they had a booth, and I go walking by, and the guy sees my short haircut, and he says, "Hey, Marine!" And I turn around, and he says, "I knew you were a Marine because you're short haircut." I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm not active duty anymore. I've been out." And he goes, "Yeah, but I could tell it. You walk like a Marine, you dress like a Marine." I was like, "All right, great. Here we go, sales pitch." I go, "Yeah, what's up?" And he goes, "Well, how about joining the VFW?" I go, "I'm not qualified." He goes, "How do you figure?" And I said, "I was in Somalia and Bosnia. I wasn't in Desert Storm. You don't consider me a member of the VFW." He starts talking in a quieter tone. He goes, okay, that changed. And he shows me this list, right? And they're accepting everything, like Bay of Pigs, everything, right? Any little military action, Operation, what was that? Just Cause, anything. You know, if it was a short military action, you're in the VFW, period.
That's
and I'm looking at this list, right? And I look at the guy, and he looks at me and goes, "What do you think?" And I go, I don't know, because, you know, you guys kind of, and he goes, hey, you like to drink? I'm like, well, yeah, I like to drink. He goes, "We got a bar." And I go, "All right, dude, you know what? I know what you're trying to do. But my dad wasn't good enough to get in this, so fuck you. And I wasn't good enough to get in this, so fuck you." And I went and walked, and I went and spent my money on guns and ammo. You know what? It just depends on the membership, right?
I hear where you're going, because my father is a member of that VFW. We're going to be tomorrow for my mom's birthday, the bar. And when
that's 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you.
Hey, Heavy.
Hey, what's up?
And they also,
Heavy, I'm still on. I thought I was going to go to bed, but instead I had 2 more beers, and I'm still on.
well, but my father, and I was there, he introduced me to Commander at VFW, and he was telling me they're gonna let me join as well, even though I'm never served. Like, they let family members of people join them now.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I don't disagree, but in contrast to, you know, your experience, I think definitely things have loosened up.
But I will say this, yeah, times change with, you know, at a certain time they're low in membership, they'll accept people. Then they're swollen with people, then the military does the same thing. Military does the same thing. If you've got a criminal record, you can't join. And then all of a sudden nobody joins, and it's like, well, we'll accept criminals, whatever it is. They go back and forth.
You're guiding felons that join, you know, in the heat of the Iraq War. You know, they're basically guiding them how to pass drug tests and so on. But, you know, it's peculiar.
They change requirements just like the military does. The other thing is if you have USAA or you're in the VFW and you're having a positive experience, then don't freaking listen to me, because you're having a positive experience. If you got a benefit out of it, you got a benefit out of it. I'm not always right. I'm just some guy like any other guy. But I'm telling you, my family hasn't had a positive experience with either organization.
No, I respect you.
But there may be other people that do, and you know what? For those people, I say good. I don't have any animosity towards you.
Well, I can give you one experience and make it quick. Like recently, when I don't know if you heard about that hailstorm we had last March. They fucked everything.
Where?
In San Antonio. They fucked everything up. The roofs, houses. Man, there were golf balls size fucking hell. It had rained for like an hour, and it fucked everything up. All the cars, the car lots, everything. And my roof was already crispy from the get go when I bought. And I bought it. They put a roof like 5 years before I bought the house. I already owned it 10 years plus. And my roof was crispy. My buddy who did the roof work told me, he's like, yeah, your roof was already done, dude. And I got them to do my roof, my whole second story paneling. I got rid of that shitty paneling I had and put a hardy plank on it. I got them to pay for everything and some other stuff I had to get done. Almost $17,000 in damage. All my friends had State Farmers or State Farm or Farmers Insurance. Dude, they were like, okay, they were depreciating their shit. Like, okay, your house is, the last roof we have a record that was posted was 8 years ago, so we're only going to pay you 30% of your roof's value for the repair. They got digged by Farmers and State Farm and a bunch of other insurance companies. The USA was like, no problem, but we got it. And it took a little time, but they did me right, and that's why I can tell you one account didn't do me right. And I've heard people have obviously exactly what you said, that they disdain USA for some issues where employment or some insurance beefs they had with them or lack of ability. Because I couldn't join back in the day. It wasn't until the last about 4 or 5. When I joined around 2008, 2009. That they afforded me, the ability to do that.
Why didn't they give it to you right away?
No, I never. They didn't offer it. You had to be enlisted or retired before. And your kids didn't qualify. It was then after that they opened it up to all these people.
Change their policy. And you know what? And if you get good rates and stuff like that, take advantage of it. I don't see anything wrong with that. Just because I've had a bad experience doesn't mean, you have to. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy that says, "Oh, I don't think it's right, so nobody else can." No, it's
Squib.
But for me, it's just not. It's just not my.
One of the things my dad wants me to look into is also, I'm hesitant about it. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Is because of the Agent Orange stuff that he got, that he's afflicted, he got credited part of his disability, is it passes on to the male in the genes, the genealogy to your male offspring, and there are people getting benefits out of that and getting money from the government out of it. And when he asked me to look into it, I was like, I don't know.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, there's a point where you have to be able to you deserve it. All right. He did it. He didn't just do it for the citizens of the United States of America. He did it for his family. So why not? Just because I don't get it, or I don't qualify for it, or I don't like it, doesn't mean that you should, whatever.
All right, guys. I will see you guys later. I'm heading off to the AK trap.
I love you.
Edge, I like you, but I won't say I love you because honestly, I don't really love other men.
Well, you're homophobic. You're a closet case.
You're a queer hater, so get out of here.
Whatever. Now the AK chat's on? Shit. Gotta go check out the AK chat.
Am I the only guy that walks around in cowboy boots filled with Vaseline in the evening?
I think so.
Okay.
Because I don't wear cowboy boots, but I do put it in my sneakers.
That could be it. My thing, Squid, with that whole thing is I don't like having to identify myself and get into it with them about it, even if there's some monetary benefits from it. Because there's all kinds of shit I'm gonna end up. That my dad has, when you're fucking popping 14 meds when you're 7.
He's just passing it on to you, though. I mean, 4 generations down and nobody served in the military. Come on, really? but one generation, no big deal. I mean, that's just my opinion. Once again, it's just like everything else. It's my opinion. My opinion is not fact. My opinion is my opinion. If you say, fuck you, Squib, I don't agree with your opinion, all right, this is America. You can do that. So, that's fine. And I fought for your right to do that. So, whatever. It's all good.
He asked me about it. I said, I just don't know. I'm kind of private about my medical conditions and whatnot. I don't like telling people I can blow stuff up in my mind. That's one of them.
Oh,
No,
cool.
you're just saying it right. You can blow stuff up in your mind. With your mind, you can translate with your mind. That's
no, it happens. It's real to me.
That's called a fart, dude. So
a brain fart.
I went to the Southampton Institute of Technology to learn this.
Oh, very cool.
Southampton. Okay, not Southampton, England. Southampton, someplace in Texas.
Southampton.
Look at the initials, SHIT.
Oh, I'm downstairs. I'm not even.
Oh no, I mean just the
Southampton
Institute of Technology.
For the rest of us who are educated, Southampton is a place in England, and since I work in a international company, I work with people from England. As a matter of fact, I was talking with 3 people from England today about Nottingham, England, which is not Nottingham like in Robin Hood. It's a real place. So when you say SHIT, you need to say stacked high in transit or something to get me to go, oh, shit. Because I'm actually thinking, like an educated person, oh, he's saying he went to Southampton in England. No, it's more like South Shit Street in Texas. Not that Texas is a bad place. I think Texas is an awesome state, actually.
I've been to Paris too, but not France.
Yeah, Paris, Kentucky.
Paris, Texas.
There's a Paris, Texas too. Oh crap! Do they have a Walmart?
I drive through Paris, California every day.
Shit! Did they have a Walmart?
Yeah, they got a Walmart.
Okay. Well, I can tell you.
Yeah,
the chicks at the Walmart in Paris, California, Kentucky, or Texas don't look like the chicks in Paris, France. See, all I got to do is mention France and it kills the chat. That, or I just broke my computer.
No, I was muted. I was talking shit about, how the women in California at least shave and have good teeth.
Actually, well, the teeth thing, no, it's about the same, but shaving, yeah. It's bad when you go to the airport to pick one of them up, and the first thing you do is, oh, she's wearing a short sleeve. Oh, not so much. Yeah. Is your mute your space bar?
It can be if that's the last action you did. Like you click the mic, then your space bar will just be the last action you did.
Oh, I got to get a headset like that. Mine sucks.
But I think I've been sent a link to the AK Guru chat, so I'm going to go be a chat whore and jump over there.
All right, yeah, I should go to bed. I do need to go to work in the morning. I said I was going to go to bed, and instead I ran my mouth, which I'm good at.
Well, hey, reveille.
Yeah, no thanks.
Wow.
Okay, well then I think maybe that is just I did not
All right,
get a link.
You did not get a link. You know why? It's because you made those remarks about not liking Russian rifles.
That's right.
Fuck the commie rifles. But yeah,
it's fight.
No, I like fucking AKs. I just don't think they're fucking better than ours.
No, I don't think they're better. I think they're different. I think they're similar in the fact that they're, well, I wouldn't even call an AK modular. How about?
Yep, there's a link.
They're similar in the fact. There's a link.
Yeah.
They're similar in the fact that you can modify them.
Well, yeah, and they're very simplistic. They're a military surplus rifle,
Yeah.
so you know. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna jet, guys. Unless you
Well,
guys
go
want
raise
to
hell. Go ahead and just step all over the commie rifles.
Get out of here, traitor.
I will. I'm not. I'm gonna go fight for freedom right now.
Yeah, he's gonna be the AR-15 voice in the commie rifle chat.
Yep.
You're gonna be the wallflower.
Oh no, I'll be the fight for freedom. Trust me. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
All right, later.
I remember my dad one time told me, "Hey, can you drive me? I have an appointment at the VA in San Antonio, in Laredo at the time." All right, I'll drive you. I need to get an evaluation. I need to get his 100% medical. And I drop him off, and I'm walking in and everything. And I look at him, I'm like, this isn't exactly the evaluation. And then when you sign the paperwork and had me sign it, you're committing yourself. And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, you're committing yourself. They're going to cut you loose till they feel you're good and ready. And it's like, oh, fuck it, I already came this far. I'm like, all right, I'll see you in 2 weeks or 5 months. We'll see what happens.
Well, now, see, he was in a position where he had to take it, right?
Yeah.
He had to utilize the VA hospital resources.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I remember like a week and a half later, he calls me. He's like, "Hey, do me a favor. There's a guy in here, and supposedly his whole family is supposed to come visit him. He's talking about it all week, all excited about it, and it looks like everybody's gonna come. So can you bring a cake when you come visit me?" Sure, I'll bring a cake, and I walk in there. It's a ward, and have to be, granted access. And I'm walking in there. Some dude walks by. I have the cake, on my right hand, and big cake, and this guy fucking walks by and like dips his finger in it. Chocolate, my favorite. I'm like, hey, fuckhead, you're somebody. And that's when I realized. I looked at him. God damn, that's like fucking the one who flew to Cuckoo's Nest. It's like, it's like, God damn.
But still, you did the right thing, though. And that's what I'm talking about, the camaraderie between the branches and just military guys in general. My my next job would be a small to medium-sized company where it's all veterans, every branch. It's just a bunch of military guys running things military style. I love the organization in the military. The politics were crap. It's just like a civilian job. In that regard, as far as the politics, and the pay sucked. But then again, I was entry level, so if you look at it, the pay wasn't that bad. But compared to what I make now, it sucked. But just if I could work around where I work, there's about 800 people in my building, and there's probably maybe 6 or less veterans. And it's like, where the hell are all the vets? Well, they're not here. They're doing something cool, I guess. But if I could work at a place that was maybe veteran-owned, and he hired mostly veterans, and I'm working with a bunch of guys where, we all talk and we all have similar experiences, and we all want to run things in an orderly, proficient military manner, like what Gunny Highway would say in Heartbreak Ridge, there would probably still be personality conflicts. There would probably still be inter-office crap and whatnot, but it wouldn't be the same. There'd be a different style. But now I can't pick and choose where I work. Sometimes I've got to pay the bills, so it is what it is. The bottom line, though, is I think it's great, though, that you didn't just go, nah, Dad, I'm not going to do that. You brought in the cake. You tried, and that you recognize that veterans have a place, but you don't take advantage of the fact that you have access to some of your father's benefits. I think you deserve them, but you don't abuse them, and that's a good example for other people.
Yeah, Yeah, I just you know.
You're gonna tell me that you couldn't tell some of your dad's war stories, and suddenly somebody thinks you're a veteran and you're lying through your teeth? I mean, you could, right?
Dad's told me a couple things, but none of the shit. He one or twice he got a little tipsy and he started talking. And he caught himself, and he was like, "No, I'm sorry, I can't talk about that." And when he was being evaluated, the psych was out. They kept telling him like, "All right, so lay it on me. How many people did you kill?" And he would tell him, "It's between me and God." Like, well, no, this is a private conversation. And it's like, well, you didn't hear me. It's between the Almighty and I'll leave it with Him. I don't need to tell you, how many people I've, may leave this world. I mean, I'm not proud of it either, but it was my duty. And he left it at that. It's kind of private. He's very private about his shit.
That's because when you have to take one life or 100 lives, you have to live with it for the rest of your life. And if you stop to think about it, it's not. Yeah, it's just not. When you're in a position where it's kill or be killed, and you're thinking about coming home to your wife, or if you have children, your children and your wife, or you're thinking about what your mom would think, or thinking about the fact that your buddy next to you is dependent on you to save his life, or so many things go through your mind in a split second. Not to mention just self-preservation. That's a natural human instinct. Or they train you that the enemy is evil and you're good, even if you find out later that maybe the reasons you were fighting the war were not so cool, but you thought they were. And for those people that go, we were there for the wrong reasons. You know what? At the time, you didn't know that. You were younger, and I don't think you did something bad. You didn't do something bad. You did what you thought was right at the time, and whether you got lied to or not, it doesn't matter. You might say, well, it's my fault. No, it's not your fault. The people that lied to, it's just their fault. But, war is not pretty. That's what the movies want to make war pretty. It's not pretty. It's not. It's not.
A little bit. And like my grandfather, I remember one time he had Parkinson's and Alzheimer's towards the end. And I was there one time, and he was just, doing nothing, just staring in the wind like he usually did. And I said, "Hey, Grandpa, why don't you tell me what would happen when you were in Okinawa that time when you got hit?" And then he's like, and he looks at me, and all of a sudden he starts talking, and he starts, getting the details. He could remember like it's fucking yesterday. The guy could barely remember what he ate for lunch, but he could remember that shit. He starts talking like this yesterday. You get about 5 minutes of the conversation, and he looks at me. "Why am I telling you this?" Because I asked, "Grandpa, I want you to tell me." "Well, so we were here," and then Dad cuts him off. I'm like, "God damn it, Dad." He's like, no, you want to get him excited. You get him excited, and then I can't put him to sleep. And I'm like, oh, shit. Okay, whatever. He won't take his nap, and he'll get unruly. But yeah, he was going into detail. Like he could remember, like he was, like, narrating a war. And it was pretty interesting because he was in Okinawa when he got his back blown on the foxhole from a motor round. And they never said that some bitch walked in, but he was stubborn as shit. And he did. Funny thing about him, he never got Purple Heart because they didn't break his skin. All his wounds were internal. He never fought to get it one either because he didn't want one. But they never gave him a Purple Heart because he never broke skin.
I had the privilege of knowing another Marine that had served at the Battle of the Chosin Reservoir in Korea. Even though we had served 40 years apart, there was a brotherhood. I didn't disrespect him by talking about the war because I knew from Marine Corps history, not something that you want to talk about that particular battle. When he was not doing so well and it didn't look very good, I decided to talk to him about it. Even though I'd never even hinted about it before, because I said, he's going to pass, and it's not going to pass on with him, and I'm another Marine, he'll give me, you know, he'll tell me things he wouldn't tell another person, right? And I said, so, were you at Chosin? And he said, yeah, I was. And I said, so, tell me about it. And he starts to talk, and then he just went catatonic. And I thought, oh, crap. What did I do? I was being kind of selfish. I didn't want to know gory details. I just wanted, from one Marine to another, some history that maybe I could pass on to another Marine at some point, because they do teach that. You know, there's some brave people that are your predecessors live up to it, that or get out, you know. And
I bet there are a lot of unspoken, when not again use the word hero, that have done, you know, valiant things that have never ever, people don't even know your stories, because, you know, not everything got
some people can talk about it and some people can't. And there's nothing wrong if you can or you can't. It's just, you know, whatever you want to call it, your personality, your experience, whatever it is. My dad has told me, in some cases, more than I ever wanted to know, and then other times told me less than I wanted to know about Vietnam. You know, he told me some stuff about Vietnam before I enlisted that made me question whether or not I wanted to enlist. You know, and then since I have been formerly active duty, he has told me some things, and I actually understand him better.
My dad's told me like the stories, the fun stuff, the good times. That's what he's told me more.
Yeah, that sounds like me and Heavy V talking. We're talking about when we were in training, when you partied your ass off. You were in training, so you had time to party your ass off. We weren't talking about the times where you're freaking fixing crap left and right, or you're getting shot at, or, you know, or you're risking drowning or other crap. We were talking about when we party.
Yeah, Dad's like favorite place was Japan. His favorite stations that he got a son, you know, where they pull into Japan and Subic Bay, and so on, and other stories of Vietnam that were kind of you know, funny and this and that, you know. But yeah, the shit, you know, he just keeps to himself.
Yeah. And maybe you'll hear something and maybe you won't. It's just kind of like a 50-50 thing. I mean, you may have a child or a grandchild that enlists, and even a different branch. But if you can pass on some family military history, it might give them some perspective that may help save their life one day. It might not sound like it to you. It may not even sound like it to him or her, but it could. So if you learn anything, you know, and you have to decide for yourself, do I push this or do I not? If you learn anything, it may be valuable to pass on. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah. Combat is combat. Combat is combat. I mean, different weapons, different tactics, different places, different times, different stuff. But, you know, being afraid for your life is being afraid for your life. Being afraid for your best friend's life is being afraid for your best friend's life. It just is.
Next door to me, I have a retired sergeant major in the Army. Nice guy, but he's confronted my father more than once and tried to, like, you know, get him to exchange stories. And he was, I guess he worked more in an office environment, you know, in his career. And my dad even told me once, he told me in Spanish, like, you know, quítame este cabrón, like, get him away from me, because he's starting to irritate me, because he wanted to hear stories. And then that's like, I'm sorry, I don't have any stories to tell you. And he would just make it irate. And I was like, okay, well, hey, Mr. Alvarez, we're going to go and let you go. And my dad wants to take a nap. It pisses him off.
Sometimes, you know, just different veterans are different veterans. I mean, it's just,
But you know, I like hearing some of the places. Like my dad would tell me where he's been, like Dubai, Chulai, Da Nang,
Yeah.
Perfume River.
Perfume River was in Hue City, which
Hue
was
City.
the old imperial capital of Vietnam. Da Nang was a military complex. There were so many different divisions there. Now it's a frickin' airport, but there were different places in Da Nang.
Ben Hoi, I don't know where some of the places tell me.
Yeah, yeah. And some of those were joint bases, too. Army, Air Force, Marines.
Well, one of the stories that I'll share with you, he told me it was like he was at some orphanage they were guarding for whatever reason. And, hold on, brother. And they were eating some food they cooked up, the locals cooked up. And then they were passing it around, and my dad, you know, ate what they gave him, and he asked him, "What is this?" It was, he say, what the fuck? What's the word they use for it? Shit, Lord. Can't remember.
Wait. Does your dad use a couple of Vietnamese terms?
Yeah, and
my dad does too.
Choi duck, Didi Mao.
Yeah, Didi, chop chop. Yeah.
But they asked him what it was. What the hell did they call it? It was shit. Can't remember. Now I remember all the time. It's fucking my mind's going weird. But it's the same word in all the Asian languages. And what did they call it?
What was the translation?
Uni? Was it a dog?
Dog. Nice.
And so like, I forget what the word they used. I've told so many times, I can't remember. And he's like, well, what is this? Uni or whatever it was. And it's not the word, but, and then he's like, what's uni? Woof woof. Like, oh, shit. It's fucking dog. And like, all right, fuck it. It's food.
Well, sometimes that happens. But you could be on business trip to China and they, you know, serve you that stuff and you wouldn't know, right? So sometimes it's the same difference and sometimes it's not.
Cho.
Yeah, I'm going to ask my phone, which is probably going to tell me nothing.
It's funny because my friend's married a Japanese woman, and it's the same fucking word in Japanese.
Let's see. First, I have to tie into my Wi-Fi because my phone is stupid. Oh, no, it says I'm connected. All right.
Inu. Is it Inu? Or is it,
Vietnamese for dog.
Her chow
Cho
is what they say, but no, it's not what they word they use. Inu. Inu is dog. Inu. And that's what they told him, Inu. And it's funny because my friend's wife is from Japan. When she was a Fez, they came down here and married her. My cousin of mine, and I told her Inu, and Inu is the same word they use in Japanese. She was telling me her dog, Inu. Yeah, they would learn basic Vietnamese. I love Vietnamese food. I love pho. But yeah, it was funny. What is Inu? What's Inu? Woof woof. Oh shit. Yeah, my dad told me back in those days there was a lot of guys that came back because he only had to do one tour to come back and get rotated back to the US. He did 2.5 because he got stop loss. But shit, lost my train of thought. What was my point? I'm fucking lost my train of thought.
You were talking about people not wanting to tell stories.
No, something else I was gonna transition to, but he was telling me about about that, those little stories he had and stuff they had to do, and most people only had to do again like one tour 1 year and then they come back. He did 2.5. He got stop loss, and on the way back they turned the boat around and they ended another 1.5 years. But they learn basically the basic lingo like Mao, DD. So there's shit they learn. They didn't really stick to it because they didn't really communicate that much with he was an army or the grunts, and the Marines were the ones that were in the field for the most part. His detail was more on a boat, patrolling rivers where they confront them, but they had a linguist.
I must have said I was going to go to bed a couple hours ago, and I just kept on going.
Me and you both.
Yeah, you're lucky you're in a central time zone, though. You get an extra hour. I'm going to shut down and go to bed, though. Crap. I got to get up in 5 hours. My dumb ass.
Interesting chat, nevertheless. I mean, it was cool
Yes.
talking. And,
Absolutely interesting.
so, well, see you next time, brother.
Yeah.
Be safe, Marine.
Take care.
24/7. And almost always there's a lobby like this going on that is open to anybody who wants to jump in. I'm actually going to stop it from doing that because we've been talking about that for a while, and that was sort of a sideline. My wife has the channel Hummer Huntsman George. Oh, okay. No worries. Didn't mean to gender assume there. And awesome. Again, thanks for expressing interest in that. Really, the idea here for the podcast is to create a platform. I've had my friend Martin, the guy who wrote literally wrote the book on AK-47 bayonets. He's infinite wealth of AK knowledge. And I've got other friends in the collector's realm that are at various levels of tech and interest and ability to jump into something like this. So I wanted to build this platform as a way to have a consistent Thursday night platform that people can start getting used to. And ideally, we will have more and more people jumping in as guests who are knowledgeable or experts in their whatever field. And anyway, we'll work on that. Like I say, I'm going to continue to do it. And if you'd like to see that happen at a faster pace, feel free to throw money at me, because that's really all that's stopping me. I have to go pay rent, bills, and stuff like that, and that requires me to find money. So I got to spend my time making that money, and I'll do the show on Thursdays anyway. But say the same thing over and over again. So, where were we at? We were about to get into the next video on SKS bandoliers, but I never believe this. I used to put 9mm bullets in them. So, have you ever
blasphemy?
Yeah, have you ever jammed like Ruger P89 mags into an SKS bandolier?
No, I have not.
Yeah, it holds two of them perfectly. So back in the day, again, we had SKSs, but back in the day, I would take a SKS bandolier, which has 10 compartments, and jam 2 mags in each one. They still close everything perfectly. Basically, all that you had to do was put one in. You'll see in a second here. One in, I guess maybe I don't do it. One in kind of this way and one in, so one in horizontally, one in vertically. Like they didn't quite both fit in there one way because the thing wouldn't buckle. But if you put one in sideways and one in frontways, no problems. And yeah, you could easily have 20 rounds of 9mm or 20 bags of 9mm in one little bandolier. So for Y2K and stuff, that was my rig. It was a bunch of SKS bandoliers full of 20 or 20 9mm bags.
And so you still get those?
Can you still get 9mm? Yeah, these.
No. I mean the SKS bandoliers.
I don't get them anywhere. They don't cost $3 probably anymore. I bought these. Here's a funny story. So we're minding our business, working at AOL, and reading Shotgun News, because that's what we do. We would get a ton of money to sit around reading Shotgun News and figuring out what guns we were going to build. And so we would look at parts kits and whatnot, and then there was internet, I guess. We were at AOL, but there wasn't like resource. There was nobody who actually posted anything except for maybe a little bit of stuff on what they called bulletin boards back in the day. So very little info, but we would sit around read Shotgun News, and I think we probably were looking for the SKS bandoliers or something like that, and seen this ad, and then somebody noticed that it was in Tucson. Like, oh, this person's in Tucson. So we called them and said, this is back, there was still internet, but this is back in the days when you would call people, place orders and stuff. We asked them if it was okay to come over, and she said, sure. So we go over there, and it's just some little lady in like a neighborhood, like no store or nothing. It's just her house in a neighborhood. And she invites us in, and I think it's okay to talk about this. She just like invites us into her kitchen, like through her garage, which looked like, I wish my garage looked like. It would look like a Chinese, like Chinese communist, like ammo dump. It was awesome. So we go in through her garage, and it just looks like a normal house in the neighborhood, right? And this little lady answers the door, and she takes us in, and we go through her like Warlord's garage thing. And we sit at our kitchen, which looks like a little lady kitchen. And like, okay, we're back in normal land, and this is a little lady kitchen. And then we're talking to her, whatever, and we bought a couple of those like red plastic SKS stocks, because we ended up buying a bunch of stuff off her. It was super cheap. And she was.
You mean the jungle ones?
Yeah, they're like red plastic instead of wood.
Yeah, that's the jungle stocks.
So we could swap them out, and then whatever. I don't forget what all we were buying. We were buying everything because back then we all made tons of money. And she was selling us everything for basically cheaper than it was in the ads, and she wasn't charging us any shipping. So anyway, that's where we got our SKS bandoliers. I bought a big stack of them, probably like a foot tall, and I forgot, probably like $5 for all that. And it was the best part is like we were sitting there with the order form and everything. And then she's like, okay, and we give her the money, and then she goes to like complete the order, and it's like the SKS bandoliers come out from like a little pantry, like the cabinets, like where you would normally, like my grandma would have like a strainer and like something for like cooking a turkey or whatever, like the little cabinet next to the underneath the sink. Like she opens up that cabinet and it's full like SKS bandoliers. She counts out like 20 or 100 or however many we bought, and like gives them to us, and there's still like plenty in there, and then like goes over to get the stocks, and they're like in the closet where like my grandma would have like the ironing board or something. It was awesome. It was the weirdest thing ever. And anyway, that's the story of how we got a bunch of SKS bandoliers from us.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it sounds very. Every once in a while, me and Thumbs will remember that day and think back to it and have a good laugh about it, because it was weird. And then we walked out and we were like kind of stunned and went, wow, okay, we went back to work. Pretty funny. Yeah, so anyway, you guys ever come back? I think I probably went over there to like I drove her nuts and she put me in. Yeah, first. Anyway, SKS bandoliers work 9mm mag, so you 9mm.
Come on now, how could that ever happen, G?
Oh, I wear out my welcome. All right, well, that's enough canvas, and one day we'll have people on who actually know something about canvas. They will just hear weird stories of like.
Well, I guarantee the audience is thoroughly entertained by the little Mama San story.
Little grandma with a Warlord's garage and
like, yeah,
exactly. A Warlord's pantry.
Smith guy.
Warlord's pantry.
Hold on, I'm talking about money here. On the gun channel side, Smith guy is asking, says, I like the Arizona patches. Are you considering doing other states? Back before I owned my own software, or before I leased my own software, I would have said no, because it would cost me a bunch of money to even get the artwork done for other states. Now, I whipped out like 2 patches while I was in Yankees chat. I am a master of that shit now. So yeah, as long as I have time to play on that machine, I will be kicking out anything I want really. So if you've got an idea, run it past me. I'm gonna go ahead and hawk another thing since I'm trying to make money.
What?
Yep. Well, another thing that I'm trying to do to make money. There's this thing called Fiverr. It's a website for people that make money, I guess, or like have skills and hire themselves out. So if you go over to Fiverr, look for TuckWeb for Tucson websites, and if you want to get a patch or whatever, then contact me through the Fiverr thing. I have this thing here where it goes through there, selling gigs. That's what it's called. I have a gig out there for designing your graphic or whatever. So if you're interested in me doing a specific patch for you, that's the way to get a hold of me. Mainly because I'm trying to build up a reputation, or like what do you call it, like a number thing over here, just like eBay or something. You know, you get pluses every time you do a successful job with somebody. So if there's somebody out there that has something specific in mind, that's the way to talk to me. I'm not suggesting that I'm going to do every custom project somebody brings to the table, but at least there's an opportunity for that, because like I say, I'm a master of the software now. And if I can figure out a way to keep the machine running, then yeah, I will at least be open to doing custom runs, or not runs, doing custom individual, or maybe like 2 patches for people. There's no way I'm
You got any idea what that's going to end up running for 2?
Probably less than $1,000, but I ain't doing it for nothing. Like I say, I'm trying to make.
I hear you, man. I'm just.
No, it'll be some amount of money, but I don't know. It'll depend on what we're talking. And if I'm busy, like if I'm sitting around doing nothing some Friday, and you want to throw me like $30 to try to do something, and it's interesting, then maybe. If you want me to do something super boring for like your grandma, probably not. But if you're asking me to do like an AK for you, like a picture of your AK or a patch of your AK, probably work something out, because I might be interested. You know, that might hold my interest and give me some practice or something.
Excellent.
All right, so what is my email address? Thanks. It's not gunchannels@gmail.com, but that's close, and I can understand why that might be a guess, but it's gun websites. Did build gun channels, but gun channels is a bunch of people. So, and let's see. Send your email address so I can send pictures. Thank you. Right on. And you're mentioning that you run a route, you're going to be listening as a podcast. Again, I can't encourage you enough. If you're listening to this as a podcast, let us know, because that's the thing that costs money. It doesn't cost me nothing to sit here and talk to Z and Night Strike and Heavy about aliens. I can do that. It only costs me what I could be doing, trying to make money somewhere else. But the podcasting literally costs me money. And I'm getting to the point where I'm turning off stuff that ain't worthwhile. So if you're listening to this as a podcast and you want to continue to listen to it as a podcast and not have to go find it on YouTube or something, then shout out, because at some point here that's going to go by the way quickly. Because like I said, it's the only thing that's actually costing money on this show. All right, with that said, we're going to move along. That was the Canvas segment. I think I said, and I will continue to say, as we have experts on, know more about this stuff, it'll be much more interesting. Somebody can tell you about Canvas is much more fun than me telling you about how I bought it.
Well, like there's mad collectors out there, like whether it's from historical significance or the country, nation of origin. Like you're saying about when they was changing color because that's the cloth that they ran out of or whatever. Like there's people out there that have all of the details on that for sure.
And then there's the foreigners. There's all these people that are from other countries now that because of the internet and because of polar bear bait, and then now because of Tactical Lola a little bit. And a little bit because of the forums, but mostly because of Polar Bear Bait, which is a guy that had an AK forum after mine died. He did a better one, and he did it for longer, and it was appealing to the Europeans. When I do stuff, for some reason, Europeans don't like my stuff. So he did his.
I know, you're shaming.
Yeah, I can't help it. If they were so good, we wouldn't have come over here. But anyway. So anyway, the Europeans, though, definitely dug Polar Bear Bait's forum, and they gave us so much information about Bayonet specifically, it blows my mind. And unfortunately, most of that I think is not lost, but it's not on the web anymore. But he assures me that he has the backups of the files, so at some point we can probably salvage that if it's at all possible. If I don't ever. But anyway, Skynet will figure all that out in the future. But the Tech Girl Lola is doing a pretty awesome effort over on Facebook with making a place. What do you call it? Some clubs on Facebook, they're not pages, groups. And again, all the Europeans go in there, so the stuff that they can bring to the table, both in knowledge and actual accessibility, like they can go get this stuff. Because I guess I think of old stuff. I think going backwards and what has existed, because that appeals to me. But then there are tons of collectors that are just getting the new stuff, because remember, they're still using AKs. So that means they're not using some old stupid World War II mag pouch. They're using whatever the hell works with their weird communist version or whatever European version of Mali. Right? So they're using modern stuff. And there's collectors out there that are on the cutting edge, always buying the newest stuff too. So yeah, we're going to have people on, or at least we're creating a platform so that people can come on and talk to us about the various new stuff. I mean, again, when I kind of quit collecting bayonets here, but there was plenty to collect with bayonets. I mean, I had a complete collection, or a fairly complete collection, but when I started looking at new stuff, there was probably, just since I stopped collecting, about 5 new things. One was like almost looked like a fanny pack, but I would call a fanny pack from the Alice days, but kind of a mid-range bag. It wasn't quite a backpack, and it was definitely bigger than a chest or than a mag pouch that we were talking about. But it held a bayonet on the side, which is kind of weird, and then like another pocket for I think mags or something. So I don't know. It would maybe be for like put their MREs and their poncho in, like what we use fanny pack for. But anyway, that's new. I never saw that, like a little slot specifically for a bayonet. And then they seen a mag pouch, a new mag pouch that came out again for like whatever the European version of Mali is, for that held a bayonet in it. So anyway, I guess we're still saying the same thing. This platform, people that know about that stuff, welcome to come on and tell us about it. So I think I must not have had anything for actual history. Like last week was Simonov's birthday, or I mean Dragunov's birthday, and there's nothing this week. So this week we put in for the history segment, Kalashnikov versus Stoner as designers. So now y'all have to wake up and participate again.
Well, actually, I was listening, but we're listening. But yeah, okay, wow.
That's going to be a tough one to decide. Since this is an AK chat.
Kalashnikov.
Well, now here's the deal, though. Like, one was a private citizen, yes?
Stoner.
Well, actually, I take it back. He's a former vet, though. I guess what my point was, Kalashnikov developed his, for the state while he was recovering from an injury, being a tank mechanic. Is that somewhat accurate, or am I totally off? Okay, and then like Stoner, I believe, was a former veteran, but working, for private industry or whatever. So that's like a different thing. You know what I mean?
Well, first off, dead people are former veterans. So
okay, my bad. I misspoke. You know what I meant, though. He was a veteran. Yes.
Yeah.
Or is a veteran.
I think they were kind of both doing it for their country. I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure.
I agree with that.
He was doing it for the good
Kalashnikov.
thing. I don't think either one of them knew ahead of time what was in store. It was a sure thing.
Well, like one made money on it and the other didn't, correct?
I mean, that's a good way to summarize it. I don't know if Stoner died rich or anything, though, because of it. He may have actually sold it, but I don't think at the time it was like he retired from it. You know what I mean? I haven't actually read anything about it, but you don't hear like the caveat that like Stoner died a millionaire because of his inventions. He probably had the potential. He could have invented something else and sold it. I'm sure he did with the 7 and the other things that he made. I don't know. I'm definitely no scholar on Stoner.
I will say that. So, is this a comparison of the two in what general way, or?
I don't know. We just wrote Kalashnikov and Stoner as designers. I mean, one of, I guess, is Kalashnikov's kind of, at least the term that gets associated with him is perfection is the enemy of good enough, or something like that. Where Stoner obviously built something out of aluminum and metal that is precise and modular. So
aluminum and plastic, man. Come on now.
Well, okay, yeah.
Metal in it too.
Multiple material and new manufacturing techniques, I guess. Not manufacturing techniques, new weapon techniques or assembly techniques, I guess, to create a modular thing. That was fairly a new concept. So I think they both kind of cut new direction. Not new direction, but they established a new direction as being viable through their designs, except in different directions, obviously, where, Kalashnikov's was almost disposable, you could say, good enough and disposable, where Stoner's was, using capitalizing on the characteristics of the new materials, but in a way that any part that wears out can either be designed to wear out, be perishable and replaced, or break and be replaced. So the machine itself can keep running and, a whole different, I guess, set of conditions, right? The way the U.S. Army works and the way the commie armies work.
Yeah. Well, or it's a jet versus like a T1 or something like that. Like, one is the utmost in reliability, but it's also like it's a freight train. It's metal, it's moving parts, it's simple. I don't know if I want to say easy to maintain because that may be assuming too much. Whereas some may argue that the AR, like you said, being more space-age materials or newer technology-related materials, you might equate that to more complex moving parts and or a different maintenance regime. There's really not that many moving parts in an AR. I'm not complaining about the AR. I'm just simply comparing it to a jet, dude, as opposed to like a tank.
I got you, and I see what G-Web said, like the modularity aspect of the Stoner design, where like if a part breaks or whatever, it can be easily replaced. You don't have to just toss the gun. But I mean, they got some of that in the AK too. And then I can't believe I'm actually doing this, but like Night Strike was saying earlier, the ability to actually use the weapon to fix the weapon,
is there any idea originally, or is it just whatever Night Strike says? You're just always gonna parrot.
Oh, come on! Jesus, G-Webs, I actually, okay, fine, whatever. Try to be nice. I actually think that was an ingenious process, and he built tools to fix the gun with the gun. I thought that was really cool. It's just I said that as a caveat because Knight's Right has mentioned it earlier tonight.
Right on. Well, I think that there's something else that a lot of people don't probably bother with digging into, but Kalashnikov was a commie. They can take credit for stuff, but they didn't do stuff necessarily on their own. They're commies. They had to help each other do everything. So Stoner was a dude doing his thing, had a thing, and it's his patent, right? Where Kalashnikov was like lead designer of a group and had his concept, and it competed with other concepts. But again, I'm no scholar on it, but I think when you dig into it, he was a head of a committee type of thing, and they, were influenced by the state, with direction and stuff like that. So to suggest that he just sat down one day, whittled out a concept for a gun out of nowhere, and then the commies were like, heck yeah, take that, and just modify it to make it perfect and good to go. It was more like, here, comrades, this is what we need. And he came up with an interesting idea. So they said, oh, okay, that's great. And then, okay, comrades, make that happen. And he was like the boss of it, and he got all the credit for it because it's his name on there. But, it's just probably that difference where Stoner sat down in his workshop and his drafting table, and he made it. And then knowing full well he's an entrepreneur, he would have to sell it to the government or whatever, where Kalashnikov was coming from, like the other side, right?
Right.
Like the government said, here's what we need, make it. Here's some resources. They're saying on the YouTube side, Pants is saying that the Nagant bayonet is a flathead screwdriver. I mean, you can use it for that. So he's saying, though, it's a Russian thing more than a Kalashnikov thing. And that might be part of it, too. They're a little bit different culture, mindset, and they have different resources. Knowing how their army works, you're going to build something for the way your army works. Knowing how our army works, we're going to build something for how our army can work.
Oh, we're making a separate tool for you to carry, right? Isn't that our theory?
Right.
Well, our theory is we're going to give the tips of our spear the ability to do their job, and we'll make sure that they can do their job, I guess. I'm not sure.
They have the logistical support to back them.
Yeah,
What's up, everybody?
A couple people out there by themselves, but for the most part, we put people out there with a shaft on the spear. There's support. I don't know. I'm sure that had to be part of it. He knew how our military worked, and like I say, Russia or Kalashnikov knew how the commies worked. I can't even imagine how tough or difficult it must have been. And I don't know. I guess I have books. I haven't read them all to see if there's some insight into it. But imagine how the bureaucracy is here. What could it be like in communist Russia? I'm sure that Kalashnikov must have been able to play the game, so to speak. That had to be a part of his abilities.
Is G-Web still live right now? Is that what you're watching? Or is that
good enough to get you killed?
That's what I mean. It'd be a politically, or whatever the word is, like tactful. Somebody might have had a valid design, but they were not able to deal with the communist machine or whatever.
Because we're talking Stalin in 47, right? Isn't that correct?
Yeah, we're talking Stalin.
Yeah, let's kill millions of people. And
I was just gonna say, so that's when he's literally killing millions of people over time, and anything that he doesn't like, you're lucky if you go to jail or the gulag or straight up dead. Either way.
You have ultimate power. It's not like I have a contract dispute with the U.S. military. Nope, don't have contract disputes. I'm sure over there.
We have no comrade. We have no contract comrade. Dead people don't have comrades or contracts.
The motherland is no longer good. All right, well, that's enough theorizing on how it went for the commies. But anyway, that was a segment that normally we would have. Like next week, we'll be talking about an actual thing that happens on March 9th. The week after that, something that actually happens on March 29th. The week after that, something that actually happens on April 20th. There was just nothing that actually happened this week, so we did that in as a wild card. So we hit a couple of things every single week. One of them is a website of the show, or a website of the week, and today it is one called gunart.net. I will screen share here, so anybody that's watching live can see what we're talking about. Anybody that's listening, though, it's a podcast. Couldn't be simpler. It's the word gun. It's the word art, just right next to each other. Gunart.net. And this is another friend of mine, happens to be a friend of mine that is a Kalashnikov collector. He's an importer, not of rifles, but of awesome, interesting things, specifically posters. He does a lot of the posters. He was pretty much the original guy to be bringing in posters, what would you call them, like training or classroom type of posters. And he has both actual posters, and then he does his own replicas, which are done on whatever you call like actual poster quality type of paper, not just like the cheapest thing you can get made. But you know, he's been doing this now for decades, so he's in it for the long term, and can't beat it. $15 for a 11 by 17 Nagant poster. I don't know if anybody's ever seen. Maybe I can share that. What did I call it? Cabinet, maybe? Put it on this channel. Yeah, I did. I put it on the other channel. I don't know if anybody remembers. I did a video how I took my metal cabinet where I keep my, well, like right now I have my AK crap in there, and I used a couple of his posters actually on the outside of the cabinet to kind of make them look cooler. I'll be on the queue. Anyhow, I guess I don't need to be doing all this in screen capture because we're talking about his website, so we'll get back to it. Yeah, that is it. Some other stuff that Scott will bring in is stuff. So, man, why is it so hard to read this?
You got 3 or more tabs open, but that might not be the issue.
I think it was just black on black there. So
what are you watching there, Home Slice?
And then Soviet collectibles. We'll see what he's got. Like I say, he's an importer, so he's brought in all kinds of interesting optics, classroom aids. Looks like you got to sign in now for that. So I'll go to new offerings and see what he's got. Looks like something from a 1919 poster from 1947
Which is awesome.
Neat. People might remember.
I have some of those patches right there.
I got them from Scott. Looks like some kind of German thing. That was the coin version of the patch. I think
That's awesome.
only had a certain amount made, and it looks like he has still a couple left. He said, I guess 2000s of them were made worldwide, and he was the one that sold them here in the United States. I guess that's how it went. And that was from 2007, the 60th anniversary of the AK. So what was that, 2007? So we must be on the 70th anniversary.
How's it going, Ed?
Uh-oh. It is the anniversary this year. Uh-oh.
I'm live, sir.
Are you telling me this AK Pro is the 70th anniversary?
Well, this is
Yeah. That or make case 47. I don't know.
We have to do it on April instead of May because I don't.
When the actual adoption date of the AK is. Must be a date somewhere.
I guess we'll just talk over G-Webs and Night Strike.
Gun art.
Night Strike don't fucking count for nothing. Fuck that guy.
I have a few actual manuals, and again, I got them through Gun Art. They're neat. I can't read them, but they're cool. And what's neat about them, he doesn't have a billion of them here, but you can see he's got some. He doesn't have pictures of all of them. You can get, or it's one thing to do is to get the manual dated to your rifle. So it is possible. You know, they made a billion manuals, I'm sure, and they're just sitting in whatever the equivalent of bookstores are in Russia. So that's something else that you might not be aware of, that you can try to grab yourself an actual manual from your from the era that your gun was made. All right, so every week we try to mention one of the interesting websites that are out there that you may not already know about, and Gun Art is definitely a valid one. He's been doing this with stellar reputation for, like I say, pretty much I think 2 decades already. He's been doing it for a long time. So
gunart.net, not .com, correct?
All right, I guess if I don't get a fucking word in edgewise, no reason to be in the fucking lobby.
just making sure it ain't mine. I don't think it's mine. If it is, then Scott. So anyway, we're talking about. So next is the AK-47 movie. So we got Z in here, who's known to watch movies. I don't know about Heavy. I don't know about Night Strike. Night Strike's probably too young. Today we're talking about an excellent movie made for HBO, I think. Or at least I seen it on HBO back in the day. And it's definitely an AK movie. It's called The Park Is Mine.
Nice.
You all seen this movie? I know Z's seen it.
Oh yeah, I have not, or I may have, and I don't remember it.
I haven't.
My title.
And don't always gender assume that I haven't seen a movie.
I think it's on Prime. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm about to type it into the Google and find out where it finds it. So you got the IMDb. Looks like it was made in 1985. So now
Tommy Lee Jones and a couple other people you're gonna recognize. Yeah. That's where Tommy Lee Jones is a Vietnam vet, and his partner is a Vietnam vet, and his partner kills himself, and he goes to take over the park.
Hey, we're not spoiling. We're not spoiling it here. We're
That's
just
the base. I mean, it'll say that in the description of what the movie's about. I didn't give away.
Yaphet Kotto plays officer or lieutenant or whatever. Trying to remember off the top of my head who some of the other stars are. Like, there's gonna be people in there you definitely recognize.
Dude, I don't know what that is. I was hoping to find it on YouTube. I guess it's not on YouTube anymore. But did you say you think it's on Prime?
I think it is. I'm not 100%, but I thought it was.
This is some clip from it that I did not pre-arrange or anything, so hopefully it's a good clip and not something stupid. But basically, Heavy just spoiled it all for you. So yeah, it's a guy who's right after the Nam, and it's in New York. And I'm trying to think. This is one of the first movies I seen AKs in. I wasn't into them. I didn't really care that much, but
well, and if you IMFDB it, was it one of the ones where that was a real AK or was it not? You know what I'm saying? Where it was something that was mocked up.
No, you just seen it right there. It's a milled AK, so probably Bulgarians, I'm guessing. Possibly Chinese. I guess I'd have to see that. I don't think you saw the front sight on that thing. But kind of a weird one is sort of like Rambo, I guess, but like low budget and weaker plot. But Tommy Lee Jones, I mean, he could make a shitty movie into a pretty decent movie, right? And this was a decent movie, so.
Also a veteran, if I remember correctly.
Oh, really?
Wrong on that. I better double check on that before I say that again.
No, like somebody
was
unfamiliar with stuff, and definitely in this movie, you didn't see him fumbling around with the AKs or nothing. So, oh, look at that trigger discipline too, and you can't.
Look at that duct tape.
Yeah, mirrored sunglasses. Now the duct tape was of significance, so we don't want to spoil it, Heavy. But there was.
I wasn't gonna say shit. I was just giving the basic storyline that you get in the description if, like, you read the back of it.
All right. So we can tell from the shroud right there that this was more than likely Bulgarian because it's milled, and I don't know what else he would have had milled that wasn't Chinese back then. So that's what I'm guessing, but I don't know.
What the hooded sight is the other way to tell? Yes? No?
Well, yeah, if it would have been a shrouded thing, then we would have assumed it was Chinese. But I'm not thinking it's not naughty, and it doesn't seem like it's a Finnish. It looks regular. So I don't know if the IMDb has something more specific in there. Sometimes it just says AK-47. It doesn't get all detailed about what kind of AK.
Yes, but then other times it will actually tell you, oh, this house made this for the movie. Like, I think one was Lord of War with the gold AK. Like, it told you the house that actually made it or whatever.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's the kind of info that I'd like to find out about this, because I'm curious. What does it say? What year? It says right there, 85.
Yep.
So we know that this was made a year after the best movie ever made. So I wonder if this is possible that they're using the Red Dawn AKs, but they're not, because it's. So I guess they're not using the Red Dawn ones, but
that'd be something. Somebody else did though for a movie, didn't they? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get you all sidetracked on that.
Red Dawn AKs. Oh yeah, they've been used things for sure. But like I said, we just saw that one was milled, so it ain't this one.
Oh, I definitely like that movie, and like you said, it used to be on HBO, so it was one of those ones that if you had HBO back in the day when that movie was on, you saw that movie like 1,000 times, if not more. And that was even if you didn't even like. I remember the AK from the movie from when I was a kid, but it was just everything else that was going on in that movie. Like, whereas definitely other people would appreciate the fact that there was an AK prevalent in the movie.
Well, that's the neat part. It wasn't like the bad guys had an AK. You've seen it. Like the good guy specifically an AK for a reason, and it's prevalent. He's got it all the time. It's pretty good. Pants is saying he saw it on TBS, and that might be because I remember for a minute there, for not long enough. Like some of the other movies that I hated, like Tootsie. Come on, how long years did we have to watch Tootsie like every single day? But like this one, it was for a minute there. It was on all the time, and I couldn't get enough of it. And then I didn't see it again until like just recently. Like it was gone, and I never seen it on VHS. I remember
I think they had it at the 88-cent store at one point, though.
Well, okay, but I'm saying back in the day of VHS stores, like you go to the video store to rent movies on the weekends and stuff. Every once in a while, we'd remember like, oh, Park is Mine, and we would ask them for it, and they'd be like, okay, it exists, but we'll have to order it. We don't order it unless we get enough requests. It was one of those kind of things. Like you just didn't see it at stores, and then I guess I just forgot about it for years and years, all the way through like Blockbuster and Netflix and stuff. And then whenever we started thinking about it, or whenever I remembered it, maybe a year ago or something, I'd found it, I think, on Amazon and watched it. I had to pay $3 or something to rent it on Amazon, but at least that's better than not being able to find it anywhere.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
And to me, it's worth $3. I mean,
yeah, it's like $3, and you get it for like 2 to 3 days, so you could let somebody else see it too. You can watch it and then have a friend over watch it or something.
which is nice. So that's the AK-47 movie of the week?
It is. So we got them coming up for next week. Well, I guess I won't ruin them, because I'm afraid that if I said the name of the movie, then somebody would spoil it. So I don't want to do that.
Wow. You know that's me, by the way.
Got a bunch coming up, but if you would like to suggest a movie, feel free to email me at gunwebsites@gmail.com. Or if you're a Patreon, I'm not sure when, probably in a few weeks, I'll probably do another scheduling, just turn on the live hangout, post it over on Patreon for anybody that wants to jump in, and just do kind of like a bonus episode where if I'm going to be scheduling, I'll just do all that stuff live. So if anybody has any suggestions for movies and stuff, watch for that show and participate in it and suggest movies.
How many times you got Terminator 3 on there?
Terminator 3? The one with
Claire Danes?
Yeah. Oh, does she have an AK in that one?
Yeah. But it was mostly saying it to pull your leg, dude, because, yeah, she has one that she uses. I think it's an underfolder when she's shooting down the drones or whatever in the hallway. But, like, that movie's bad enough that it doesn't need to be on this list.
See, that's the thing. I don't have to go with the stigmas of the other chats, because this is my chat, number one. You don't have co-hosts on this one necessarily to offend. But I like Terminator 3. It's not my favorite of the Terminators, but
I liked it better than 4. I liked it better than Salvation.
Well,
for a good reason, though.
And I liked Salvation.
Yeah, I like all of them. Not as much as the good ones, but I still, and that's one of the reasons I still like it, because I don't dislike
I respect that.
But the fact that it's got the little freaking drones turning into Skynet robots. Like, I like seeing that kind of insight. And I also like NORAD thing, where they go into
Well, that was the coolest part of the whole thing. Is like
that was
almost Adam and Eve style.
Yeah, and I just, I like seeing more insight into it, even though I didn't like it. That I like having it, be,
Well, the theory is that it could have been done better, but again, I think I own that movie too. It's just one of those things that at some point it just happens like that.
Not be the best AK movie, but it is an AK movie and it's valid because it is a Terminator movie. But it might be interesting to try to incorporate sometime into the AK podcast maybe a top 10, stealing from Matt, a top 10 chicks with AKs from movies type of.
That can be done. That can be done. Maybe top 5, but top 10?
Oh, no, hell no. This ain't no weak-ass Matt chat where
all right.
I can run 4 or 5 hours if I feel like it. I'll just go drink more coffee. Actually, I've been drinking these, like, diet pomegranate energy drink things, which are better than coffee. But anyway.
Palm Wonderfuls?
No, they're actually from Bulldog or something. I got them at the dollar store for 50 cents, but they keep you awake for like 3 days. They're pretty awesome.
That's nuclear reactive juice. I wonder why.
I should go get some.
Because that's crack.
I don't know. I can't read the writing, but it keeps you up for 3 days. It's pretty good.
Reason for using this chat.
I may have to order some.
With that, we are going to head into the book of the day. So every day we like to every week we like to feature a book, and I own pretty much all the books except for a couple, and hopefully I can give you some insight into these things and help you, well, number one, not buy a book that sucks, and two, buy them in an order that's worthwhile. So when I put them together, I tried to do that. And
they were watching.
So that anybody who's watching live can see what the cover looks like. This is an interesting one, and it's not an inexpensive one. So this one is called The World's Assault Rifles and Automatic Carbines. It's from 1967. It's actually the first time that a published, what are we, Eastern or Western?
Just this.
Or Western. Western. The Western, this was like the first time the AKs were in a book, not periodical, at least as far as I'm aware. So 1967, this is sort of a summary of the world's assault rifles. It was volume 2 of a series. And I think it was like small arms and maybe artillery. I don't really know. There was other books in the series. 1,200 pages. So it's not a little book. It's as big as a phone book. And it's hardcover. And
Okay.